Hey, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock. This meeting is being recorded by the Ways and Means Committee and GCTV. If any other persons present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time. In accordance with MGL Chapter 30A, Section 20G, no person shall address a meeting of a public body without permission of the chair, and all persons shall, at the request of the chair, be silent. No person shall disrupt the proceedings of a meeting of a public body. If, after clear warning from the chair, a person continues to disrupt the proceedings, the chair may order the person to withdraw from the meeting, and if the person does not withdraw, the chair may authorize a constable or other officer to... you're not on mute, Philippe. The chair may authorize a constable or other officer to remove the person from the meeting. Okay? So, okay, all right. Roll call. Councilor Bottomley.
Here.
Councilor Forgy. Councilor Forgy? You might be on mute, Councilor Forgy. Hold on. Excuse me, this is actually Councilor Forgy. Hi, are you on and on mute?
There's nobody there. Committee chairs.
Are there folks in the waiting room?
No, there's not. There's no one in the waiting room.
Okay.
Not that I can see.
Hold on. She said the host, can you be helpful at all with this? She said Chris is on and she said something about the host not letting us in, but there's no one out there waiting in the waiting room.
Somebody waiting. I can't see anyone in the waiting room. Imagine.
There's a committee chairs that's logged on.
Can I take a look?
Yes, please. Yeah, it doesn't say there's any claim host. No, you're already the host. It doesn't say that there's anybody waiting.
Mike's run I'm getting messages just to be out in the open. I'm getting messages from the two other counselors who are having trouble signing in for the public.
Yeah, no, there's nobody. Usually it would, there's like a pop-up that.
Well, if you go to participants, it shows who's
Yeah,
waiting, and there's nobody else waiting.
You know.
It doesn't look like there's anybody
No,
else,
you're already
but Mike's
such a
having
thing.
trouble as well.
Sharing the host duties at some point, then you just claim it, but you're already though.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, actually, who's committee chairs?
committee-
Why is
yeah.
committee chairs?
Okay, so sign off
Do you
and
know,
sign in.
do you have a host key? I don't.
Okay, bye.
Do you have a
Chris-
host key?
Chris is committee chairs. And
Uh-oh.
she's signing off and she's signing in again.
Yourself.
Oh, she's host.
And Mike Stronzo is not able to get in either.
Well,
Okay.
maybe she's, right, right, it looks like for some reason she has the host.
She's the host.
I'll have
When she signs
needs
off,
to log.
yeah,
Okay.
if she signs off, she won't become the host.
Okay.
And then
Perhaps will.
you'll become the host after that, or you
Yeah, I
might have
got
to
it.
shut it off and turn it back on and then
Log
you'll
off as
become the
committee
host.
chair. She's used to doing that. Got it. Okay, this is a technical problem.
It will be so.
Yeah,
Okay.
like you should just today. Crazy.
City website. You may want to go on the city website.
Still.
My gut says claim host if one of us has the host key. I could be wrong, but that's what I don't have.
Mike to tell him to log on from the city website, please.
Claim host.
That's what I would do, and then it asks for.
Yeah, you have to have a key. Don't steal my chair over there, Commissioner. You can have it if you want. I'll get another one.
Okay.
I'm just trying to help out here.
She hasn't logged out yet. That's part of the problem.
Okay.
She doesn't
She
realize
hasn't,
that's part
she
of it.
hasn't logged out because she's still the host.
That'll likely solve it.
Get the meeting going?
We're working on that. There's a technical glitch.
I was lasted 20 minutes last night.
35. And we still didn't get it working right.
Hi. It looks like you logged in as committee chairs,
Last night?
and that is part of the problem.
We had to- I couldn't see the on Zoom. And we had to have the speaker.
Okay, so Can you log off completely because there's a committee chair that's logged on? I'm assuming that's you.
Because you got 20 people there waiting to have a meeting.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, no, you don't.
And then maybe try to come in from the city website.
As long as she logs off, she should, as long as she logs off, I think you should be okay. She's got to log off. I wonder if you can't remove her. I know you can remove her.
If we're the host. I don't think that we could remove her if we're not the host. Can we just stop this and start it again? Or is that, no?
I don't
Oh,
think
it's
so.
Why can't she just?
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
It might be the system that's she might have logged out.
It might be the system that's like keeping her there.
So I believe this is.
Grab this one.
She played really well. She played
I can't imagine who that is.
I think Mike is gonna try to fill the city.
Hello, I am in. I can't hear you.
Thumbs up.
There you go. That's good. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. I will.
How about Mike? How about Mike?
I'm good.
Mike Toronzo?
I'm good.
Counselor Toronzo, are you on? Okay. You told him to log in through the calendar, right?
Yeah, he's gonna try that.
You told him the link was wrong. Did you tell him that the link that we got was wrong? Okay. All right. We are experiencing, hi, David. We are experiencing a little technical difficulty. We just got Counselor Forgy on and Counselor Toronzo is having some difficulty.
You know what's happening for him now?
Is he on?
No.
Not yet.
not yet.
Okay.
I'd be helpful.
John is texting. Okay. If Chris got on, I'm sure that he will be on shortly.
Just leave him.
So where was I? I'm gonna just look. Fernando's in the waiting room. Good, thank you.
Yeah.
So we were up to roll call. Counselor Forgy is here, Counselor Golub is here, and Counselor Toronzo is still not here.
Does he know that things have changed in the last? few
Yes, John
minutes?
is texting him. You'll keep texting him, correct? Huh? Okay. Next up, approval of the minutes. We don't have any. Public comment. I'm going to start with public comment. Does anybody wish to speak? We have one person. Okay. All right. Erin, you're up first, and Elizabeth, you'll be up after that. And if you can write your name and your address there, that would be great.
Do I need to move anywhere?
No, you can do it from there, or if you care to come up to sit at the table to speak, that's fine. We're a very welcoming group.
I will go ahead and sit here.
Okay, very good.
My name is Erin Anholt. We live at 111 Beacon Street. And as I mentioned when we spoke at the city council meeting last week, my family and I moved to Greenfield from Southern Maryland in January. After over 20 years in the Navy, my husband decided to retire, and we knew that we didn't want to stay in Southern Maryland. So we started to look for a new place to live and decided we liked Massachusetts. And after looking around Boston and realizing he didn't make over $1 million a year, we decided to look at Western Massachusetts and really kind of fell in love with Greenfield. This town is actually really wonderful, and we're so happy to be here. In a few short months, we've made so many friends and connections, and it's just a great place to live. And we've been really happy. We've lived all over the country, so we can see clearly and understand that there are problems, and it's not perfect here. We don't have on rose-colored glasses, but the reality is that there are more things here that work than don't. Beyond that, the people who live here are very invested in the community and in each other in ways that are rare to find in other parts of the country. Because we've lived all over the country, we've also seen clear patterns that are supported by multiple studies about what does and doesn't make a community grow and thrive. My husband was in Navy police force early in his career, and I understand that being a police officer is stressful. And I know that most police officers want to see crime rates fall in their communities and want to work in cooperation with the rest of the community to make sure that crime consistently goes down. A friend of mine is a police officer who's told me that he would love to be put out of a job because there just isn't a crime issue in his community anymore. I think most police officers want that, but I also think we all know that's not where Greenfield is right now. All that being said, multiple studies and data have proven that the absolute best way to lower crime rates in any community across the board is to fund public education. Many studies, several that I have emailed to the City Council as well as the Ways and Means Committee, have shown that funding public education has a far more dramatic impact on public safety than funding more police in a community. Not only does funding education reduce crime, but it increases revenue as more people move into the community, more jobs are created, more businesses are built, and property values increase. Funding schools has a net positive revenue increase in most small to mid-sized towns that exceed expenditures within 10 years. Funding education also naturally reduces the amount of money that a community spends on public health as addiction rates decline dramatically with better funded schools. Furthermore, people have more employment when the schools are well funded, which means less money from local and state governments being spent on healthcare because citizens have more access to health insurance. Police funding should always be well funded, and we need to invest in our police departments. Police are critically important, but their presence does not enrich a community, lower crime rates, and increase revenue the way well-funded schools do. When revenue has increased from the full funding of our schools, as is almost certain to happen, that is the time to explore less critical expenditures, such as in the police department. Until then, we need to invest in the most important department, and that is and always will be public education.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth, you're up next, and I actually didn't say this before, but everybody gets three minutes. That was fine. It's fine. I didn't say that ahead of time.
Is it okay if I sit here because I was kind
Yes,
of back?
absolutely, you may.
Pull up my statement here. My name is Elizabeth Geneve. I live on Smead Hill Road in Greenfield. I am here to make public comment about the very special relationship between the police department and the school district. Both their funding often accounts for the largest shares of our city's budget, and extra expenditures on law enforcement can very well mean depriving our schools. Underfunding schools threatens public safety. That, in turn, increases demand for police in a downward spiral of ineffectiveness. Comparing the role of education to the role of public safety may seem like a bizarre exercise, but the link between crime reduction and education has been well established for decades. A study conducted by the Council for a Strong America, an organization that includes more than 4,000 law enforcement leaders, found increasing graduation rates by 10 percentage points would prevent over 3,000 murders and nearly 175,000 aggravated assaults in America each year. This is just one study of many. And Greenfield has problems with aggravated assault and property crime, not violent crime. Reducing school funding constitutes a grave threat to public safety, and increasing police budgets in school districts that are lacking money for paraprofessionals, psychologists, and academic interventions aren't preventing crime. In fact, they may be an unintended contributor to it. The GPD would like you to think that this is about defunding the police. They have shown on social media that they are prepared to stoke fear and division among the citizens as retaliation for budget cuts. But I'd like to offer a new perspective. This is about right-sizing the police and right-funding our schools. Our police department has been funded at reasonable levels for years. It doesn't really matter if your primary concern is public safety or social justice. Our school district plays the leading role. The education we offer has the power to reduce crime by cultivating a productive and informed citizenry, while if treated as a system of empowerment, transforming our most neglected communities. As a school committee member, one of the job descriptions is to be always seeking to increase student achievement. Every debate and every vote returns to this idea. So I challenge the GPD and the Ways and Means Committee to ask yourself these questions. Does defunding the schools help student achievement? Does defunding our schools empower our educators? No, it does not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You need me to sign the thing?
Is there anyone else in the land or here that wishes to speak? If so, raise your hand.
Rachel has her hand up, you just can't see it.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, yes, Rachel. Rachel Gordon, go ahead, please. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you all for taking my comment. Rachel Gordon, Precinct 2. And thank you for your very hard work during this budget season. I appreciate you making these meetings accessible and taking comment. I'm here to publicly urge you to use all of the tools at your disposal to fully fund our schools. I really appreciate and agree with everything that the previous two speakers said. And similarly, I encourage you to find the money to do that by giving the police department a smaller budget increase than has been requested. We know that the safest communities are not those with the most police. This is true across the country, that the communities with the most resources, which includes the best teachers, great after-school programs, good jobs like stable teacher jobs, strong public health, safe housing, et cetera. And our community we're really nothing without thriving schools and kids and families. But Greenfield has starved the schools every year of funding, and then we act baffled when students choice out and families move away and our best teachers and staff leave for more stable jobs in other districts. But why in the world would they stay when Greenfield keeps sending such a clear message that we don't value them? I think the superintendent is not asking for anything extravagant. She's already made lots of cuts. And if she has to make more, we'll lose even more staff and programs that our kids need and deserve. And we'll be right back here next year having an even harder and sadder conversation. And no matter what the mayor says, I believe we can afford to fund what the schools need. We can take it from the department whose leadership has not done the work to justify a big funding increase, and that is the police department. You all made a difficult but right decision at this time last year about the police budget after the jury verdict against Chief Haig, because there was a need for accountability. And since then, he's bullied all of us. He's blown off attempts by residents and by state officials to get answers to some very basic questions, and he's actively harmed Greenfield safety. And I expect that today he will act like he's the victim in all this, and expect you to give him to his budget demands. But I really hope you won't do that. The council has a choice. You can validate that terrible behavior and be complicit in the chief's disregard for the law and the legal system and his harmful behavior toward our entire city. You could do that, and that would make a clear statement that Greenfield is a community that chooses to invest in corrupt and bullying police officers, literally at the expense of our children's futures. Or you can give the police a smaller budget increase than they want, and you can put the rest of the money toward fully funding our public schools and supporting our kids and families. And I urge you to do that. Invest bigger in what is best about Greenfield, which is our educators and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joanna Whitney, I see your hand up. For 3 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak this evening. Joanna Whitney, Franklin Street in Greenfield. I am also speaking in support of funding the schools. As we know, these past 3 years, seems like many more years than that, have been particularly challenging for everybody involved in education, the children, the educators, families across the board. They need our support in order to successfully recover and allow students to regain their footing in their education process. Now is not the time to withhold support from them. On the other hand, the police department, one of the things that I do is help small nonprofits write grants. And we look very carefully at our proposals and always looking for fiscally prudent kinds of budget lines and making sure that everything is not bloated, that it's really only asking for the amounts that will allow the nonprofit to do the work that they need to do in the best possible way. And I think that kind of logic applies across the board. Yes, we want the police department to have the resources they need, but no, they don't need more than that. We're not in a position to be able to afford unnecessary or extra kinds of wish list funding, particularly given the urgent need in the school part of our budget. So I urge you to support the schools so that they can get our children where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else? Okay, go ahead. Waho, Dick, can you write your after? You can do that after, but you can speak and then afterwards write your name on the list.
Okay, my name is Wahab Hanas. I live on Davis Street in Greenfield. I think also my family operates a few local businesses, and we've had a really good relationship with the police department. A lot of the police officers are personal friends. They come into the store to get their like groceries or coffee or whatever. And my father's known them for a long time. So I have like this weird peculiar relationship where I'm like, I really like them. I like these people. And whenever there's any instances of violence or robbery or anything, they're always there. And so I think what we need to do is remove ourselves from national discourse about police and defunding the police and funding the police and who's on pro-police and who's against police. I think that stuff is just honestly irrelevant, it's decisive, and it's useless. What we need to focus on is what kind of a community do we want? Do we want a community that is heavily policed, or do we want a community that is heavily educated? I think it's simple, and it just comes down to that. do you want your kids to walk around town with more heavily armed and a more police presence, or do you want your kids to go to schools that have teachers that are not burning out? I think it's simple as that. I mean, there's been statistics that have been said during this meeting. There's been educators who have spoke many times in the past. There's been parents who spoke about this. And I mean, no amount of stats is going to convince anybody. But I think just deep down, think about it. Do you want to live in a community where your kids have underfunded schools? It just doesn't really make sense. And I think somebody touched on this, but the idea of the school to prison pipeline has been proven multiple times, over and over again, in multiple studies, which show that if you don't fund your schools and you don't have a proper sense of community with proper resources inside your schools, the kids aren't going to feel a sense of community, therefore will lash out. They will engage in acts of violence and vandalism, which we already see. I mean, the stories that I hear from the teachers who are like friends now, I'm like, I wasn't there too long ago, but there was like kids saying that they're part of gangs. And I was like, in Greenfield, Massachusetts, what do you think is in Chicago? I mean, it's ridiculous. And the whole idea behind it is that the kids feel policed. The kids feel like there's not enough resources for them. The teachers don't have enough time and resources to help them out, to make sure that it's a whole education environment. It's not just like, oh, okay, this is your assignment packet, finish this and you get a grade. No, you're spending your majority of your day there if you're doing sports, if you're part of clubs. But if you don't have the capital because the administration refuses to fund you to have extracurriculars, how are you going to make that fun?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Hope. Anyone else? Okay. All right, thank you all very much. We're going to go on now and we're going to talk about, let's see, public hearing motion. We're going to review the operating budget for GSET. So if you want to come up to the table, you can, or if you want that, you might feel a little bit more welcome that way. You are welcome here and wherever. And Fern, if you wanted to come up too, this is fine. You're all in this here together and let's go forward. All right. Hi.
So I'm happy to ask any questions. I can give a quick little review first if you'd like. Okay. So the budget for GSET for the upcoming year is $2,431,535. Usually what I do is I tell people where things have gone up, where that is, and what that means. In this particular budget, there are two items that are driving the majority of the increase. One of them is we are making our final payment to pay off an old pension issue that happened actually before I got to GSET. And we have stretched it out to help with cash flow. And the time has come where we need to make the last payment, and it's a little larger than in last year's. It's about $90,000. But once that's done, it's a one-time thing. And once that's done, all the old pension obligations from the original group will be cleared up, and we'll just be paying pension for the people who are at GSET now. That is, you can see that in retirement assessment. And the other long increase is in general and administrative expenses, and that is the return of CDBG funds that we were not able to use for Leidenwoods for a number of reasons. Part of it had to do with our ability to convince them to let us get into Leidenwoods, and there was another issue which was just as big, if not bigger, which is after the initial engineering, there was no method for us to get to Leidenwoods that didn't involve really expensive underground trenching and conduit work, expensive to a level that it was just better for us to say we're going to give this money back instead. I think we'll be talking about some of that in a little bit, but I want to stress that it can be 10 to 15 times as expensive to try to reach places through underground than it is to go through poles and aerially. And there are times where we just don't have the resources to do that. So we have to make decisions that we don't want to make. I'd love to get there. I'd love to be everywhere, but we just don't have the wherewithal to do everything right now. So we have to make choices within the financial limitations we have, just like anyone else, any other group that's here tonight in the other department. Beyond that, there's certain increases, like we have expanded, so we're on more poles, which means the fees we pay for pole use and electricity have gone up. They've gone up by about $16,000 this year. Our rent's gone up. We have had, in the last couple of years, the cost to process credit cards has risen really drastically. So we weren't able to get to the point where we could confidently put it in the budget, but we really are exploring other ways for us to receive payment that are secure, that honor customer privacy and all the things that we need to do. But that is a number that is bank and merchant fees has risen from $46,000 to $57,000. And we think it's going to continue to rise. So we feel like we have to address that and try to work on ways that we can get that down. If I was confident that we could do it, I would put it in the budget. I think there's an opportunity, but I think we have to responsibly say this is what it's going to be for this year. There's about a 3% salary increase. We actually, for the last couple of years, have averaged 3% for the last 2 years. We have 8 people at GSET. We have had 8 people for the last, I think it's 4 years. Our salaries actually went down in fiscal year 19 because we had 9 people, but we work really hard on finding ways to automate, on finding ways to get more done with fewer people. So we've been able to, even though we do, I think we're over 8,000% increase in the amount of revenue we bring in. We still only have 8 people. We have more than 2,000 customers now. And I just think it's incredibly important to keep control of how many people there are in your organization, because that affects your salary numbers far more than anybody's well-deserved raise does. So we tend to worry more about how many people we're paying than how much we're paying people. And I believe we had a total 550 in fiscal year 22 and 580 is the request for next year. Beyond that, we're really getting into sort of smaller items. We can go through them if you want, but those to me are the big items that have driven the great majority of the increase for the upcoming year. We do think that we will have revenues to cover it. We operated in the black last year. We think we'll finish in the black this year, not way in the black. I don't think we'll ever finish tremendously in the black. I don't think we're set up to do that. We have some new revenue that's coming in through enterprise revenue that we've already booked and contracted. We do think that we will begin to be able to move on to some actual build out. This last year has been mostly about licensing and engineering and review work for both in the north of Greenfield, but also we're really upgrading all areas of town so we can begin to deliver direct to the prem fiber services. So there's a lot going on. That's really all being done under the auspices of ARPA. And it takes a long, long time to get through the legal and regulatory portion of it. That's the way it is. We have to talk to third-party people who own the poles. We need to work with the Department of Transportation. We need to make sure that we're following all state and federal regulations. The FCC is very specific about how they want things to be. And we need to take the time to make sure we're getting all that right, what we're doing and what we're reporting to them. And I think we're at the point where in the next fiscal year, we will finally be able to finish all that work and begin to do some actual expansion that will allow us to bring in new customers, which is something we've always been.
So you know, Councilor Forgy's handed it.
I think it was Councilor Forgy, did you have something, just a question?
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
do. Thank you. John, in the beginning of your remarks, you mentioned your request for retirement money. And you said that that was something that was incurred previously, and you're asking for money to pay it and bring it up to date.
So
did I misunderstand?
So let me see if I can explain it better. The original group of people, there used to be quite a few more staff at GSET. We cut about half the staff when we came in. The way retirement works is the number or what a department or an MLP is assessed for retirement is based on the amount of people. So the number that came what was based on the number of people who were previously there. It was a huge number. It was 265,000 and change. We sat down at that point, that was 5 years ago. We just didn't have the revenue because the really hadn't even finished build out at that point. So I worked with the retirement board, who were great and very helpful, and said, what I'd like to do is, since retirement is paid annually in the calendar year and not within the fiscal year, if we split this up, we'll be able to make all the payments on time that we're supposed to, but pay as we go and add more in every year to work down that amount. It was something that they accepted. It worked out perfectly. After about 5 years, we got to the point where they said, that's great, but we really want to have you just finish up. And we said, okay, because we were grateful that they were able to work with us so we could manage our cash flow as we grew. So we have currently 8 people, down from 16 or 15. I'm sorry, I think it was 15 actually. And the normal increases, I believe, Counselor, normal increases for retirement are somewhere around 7% a year. Mm-hmm. And I look to be, certainly for the foreseeable future, that seems to be what they'll be. But this number, since you see on the retirement line, reflects not just that increase, which I'm going to estimate here is probably about $14,000. Given the base that we were working from, 13, 14, probably finance could tell you better than I could. And the remainder of that is finally taking the last of what we were carrying forward as we worked it down and paying that off. Does that explain it better?
Yes. Yeah, I do understand what you're telling me. So this is before your time, John, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. Okay. But my question is, when GSET organized and a budget was established, did they actually pay into the unfunded liability of retirement?
I'm afraid I just don't know that. I don't have when we took over, there weren't really any records. And we built from what we got from many records on the GSET side. Certainly there were on the town side. So I can't tell you if they did in previous years and that was just for 1 year or not. I just don't know. Okay. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's fine, Counselor. I'm happy to answer any question you have.
Retirement, I mean, so if this budget were voted, then that would be the end of the previous obligation for the people who are no longer employed.
Yes, so for example, in fiscal year 25, that number would go down. It would still.
The retirement number would only cover the current employees.
Right, would only, the number in the next year would only include the normal increase for the current staffing of GSET. I can't project exactly.
Yeah. And your operating budget would be able to cover that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Toronzo, did you have a question? Mike?
Yeah, I did.
There. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I did. I had kind of almost forgotten about it actually, but I'd said this question was going to come back up at some point in regards to the indirects for this group. We didn't really get a clear answer the last time we were discussing this. I think it was the first operating budget meeting on who pays those.
So right now, we're in a situation where we're working with the town to offset bonds that were supposed to have been set for a 15-year maturity or 14-year maturity, and instead we're set for a 5-year maturity. That caused last year about a 20% increase in GSET's debt service. This year, next year, and the year after that, it will cause a 25% increase, a 6-figure increase in the amount of debt service we have, because instead of having, there's 2 years for the bands before they're finally bonded. And so instead of having 12 years to pay them back, if they're in 5 and 2 years are gone, you have to pay them back 3. So there were 2 capital bonds that got to be paid back 4 times faster than they should have been. It happens. We had thought we had communicated that we needed to make sure that the maturity of these bonds was part of the planned debt structure that GSET could handle while it grew. It didn't come in that way. We went to the town, who has been great, who has been very helpful the entire time. Everyone has. The accounting, everybody has been terrific for GSET. And said, hey, this is really a surprise for us, and this is quite a large increase. We don't think we can bear this. We planned this structure of debt a couple of years ago, and for it to change like that was very difficult. So the first came last year, and the solution the town came back with was to say, well, while we're working our way through this, we will not charge you the indirects for health. And I think that was a good and equitable solution. And that's the more specific reason, Counselor, why if you look down at the chart in 19, 20, and 21, we did pay indirects, but we stopped last year. And at least now the plan is for this year, next year, and the year after that to have that be covered while we work through the sort of artificial bulge in payments that we will have. I will say if we get to the point where we can start paying that sooner, certainly will. But at the moment, that was what came back to us from the town as the best way to handle it. I think it's important to note that if we were a private business, we just refinance and restructure, which businesses do all the time. But you can't do that with public. Once you bond in public, it's done. There's no way to change it. So if something goes awry, you can't fix it by saying, okay, we'll just go and, if GSET were a private business, we'd have no trouble refinancing our debt. So there had to be a different solution. And like they have from the beginning, the town has been great and supportive. We appreciate it.
And I'd point out, while this isn't approved into this year's budget, I happened to sit on the council when this was approved, when the plan for this was approved and put to the voters and approved by the voters. It was known that the first 5 years at minimum, the goal was first 5 years, was not going to be that GSET was not going to be in the black. It was, we're starting an internet company. There's 400, I don't even think there's 400. I think there's less than 400 municipally operated internet systems in the country. So we've known that the city, not just the ratepayer, the city was going to have to subsidize, GSET through a period of time. That has occurred. Now we are in the black and would continue to operate in the black had the bonding been continued as it was originally set out and planned for. So there's no big surprise here. I think that it was always anticipated that there would be some sort of there'd be assistance financially from the city for a period of time. We've utilized that. On the other side of that, as GSET grows, and it is growing and will continue to grow, is that once we take care of upgrades, once we take care of keeping up with technology, that we hope that at some point there'll be a revenue stream for the city. Now, of course, you have to remember, GSET runs a little bit differently than any other department. We've talked about approving budgets. Well, we approve them. The commissioners approve the budget. If there was a mass load of cash sitting on the side that we profited by, and those words aren't used in government too often. It's been the general consensus of both the people that work for GSET, the executive director and the commission, is that we would then hope to help the city out in return for those five years of assistance. That's the goal. And I believe that we will get there at some point, as long as it's the continued support of the community and the city.
I will say that this current year that we're in and next year do mark the high water mark of the debt service payments. They do begin. They might go down a little bit next year. I saw one that said 522 and one that said 548. So I'm not sure which one currently is correct. But they do. And after we finish this period, then they will drop quite a bit. So we're at what likely will be, 10 years from now, I can't say that the debt service might not be, but for the current bond of the cycle, we are last year and this year very likely at the height of what the bond repayment schedule will be, and then it begins to go down every year. And as that happens and GSET continues to grow, we absolutely will get to the point where we will be able to produce revenue. I don't remember if anyone who is currently on the council, I started 5 years ago. And one of the first things we did was draft a letter from the board of commissioners of GSET to the town saying that currently what we do is what's called a silent service in lieu of taxes, but that there are ways when the money becomes available that even though we use enterprise fund accounting, I believe we can do pilot grants back to Greenfield. It's written down in a letter signed by the board. It's everybody's intention to do that. I have some other things I have to keep in mind too. I'm statutorily by the state required to consider ratepayers and how much they pay. But I think we're certainly capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. And it's fully the plan that when we get to the point where the bulge in the debt service begins to go down, that we can, and I believe and have from the beginning, should be sending money back to the town.
So that would be your intention then? To be like paying back the indirect costs for this year, last year?
I think it's our intention to not only pay back that and any other support we've gotten, but to keep going after that. That's not going to happen in a year, right? I mean, it's going to take time to do that. But the main expense, I believe this year debt service is 27% of the entire expense base. It's very high. I
remember having that discussion with you last year, and I actually looked at it. It's enormous. I totally understand that.
And I think that it's not paying back, again, because it was known that the city was going to have to subsidize GSET through its growth. It is GSET doing the right thing and saying, hey, we're profitable. And if we, and I keep
Yes.
using the word profitable, and that's not the right word in government, but there's a way to, thank the city for the support that they gave us in the early years.
That's
How about that?
a fine way of putting it. And I was there. I think I remember when the 5 million and I've had my 29.99 on the books for a long time, waiting
I
for
know.
GSET to come.
I know.
So I definitely understand. I'm going to go back to television audience for questions. I don't know who had their hand up first.
I don't want to, Mike, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, if I could, I understand that there was an agreement at some point made. I guess the question that doesn't, where is that, maybe this is better for the finance director or the mayor, but where is that money coming from? I mean, I'm seeing indirect expenses on here are nearly $100,000 for FY21. We don't have the 22 numbers in our book. So who is paying that? It seems a question that everyone wants to dodge. I understand that there might have been an agreement that you guys would not have to take care of that for the time and the city would, but what does that mean? Where does that come from? Who's paying it? It can't just be magical money that's being taken care of to the tune of $100,000.
So I'm going to actually see if Director Schindler wants to answer that, because we asked that when we had the water and sewer enterprise come up, and we wondered if the indirects were billed there, and you said you would discuss that tonight. So you're on.
Sure. So as far as the indirect, so part of the indirect cost is overhead for other staff, so administrative staff. And then part of it is actual direct costs, meaning health insurance and life insurance benefits. So the health insurance and life insurance benefits that are direct costs to the city right now are just in the city's health insurance budget. So just being paid by the city at this.
Okay.
And the administrative costs are just not being assessed.
Okay. That answer your question, Mike? Councilor Toronto?
I guess mostly. But whose budget does that fall under? You just said the city pays for it, but whose budget's paying for it?
If the counting, can I answer that? If the counting staff is doing accounting Monday through Friday, and part of that day is spent doing GSET work, they're doing GSET work. They're just not, it's not changing the budget. It's just how their time is spent.
I get that on the admin part of it, but the actual cost of the insurances, well,
that's in the insurance line.
It's in the insurance budget. That's right.
The insurance line is a separate line on the budget, as you know.
Yes.
It's in the insurance line.
Okay. Councilor Forgy, did you have another question?
Yeah, I have two, actually. I'd like to know who the Board of Commissioners are.
That's a good question. They're all good.
Jen Somstrom, myself,
David Russell,
and
Amy McMahon. We had
formerly David,
I believe, and we're in a search for a fifth member now.
Thank you. And then my next question is a follow-up on Councilor Toronto's question, which is probably for Diana. What is the expected costs this year that the town will offset for GSET?
The direct cost for health insurance and life insurance, about 105,000 or so. About 100 for the health insurance.
100 for the indirects and 100 for the health?
It's about 105 for the health and life insurance.
That's the insurance I was asking about, right?
That's the only cost.
And are there any more indirect costs that would be taken up by the city?
When we do water and sewer, we do a portion of other fringe and indirect. Like I said, the salaries of administrative overhead, we add that in. So those costs, but there's no other direct costs.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
So I have a couple of more questions that I spoke to you on the phone about. So I'm going to go to Leidenwoods. Leidenwoods Community Builders. You had said to me on the phone that Community Builders has an agreement with Comcast. I think that was the conversation, and that, so they actually didn't, they didn't want GSEP, more or less. Is that true?
Yes, but it is also true, because I don't want to just blame that entirely. That we did find that we just weren't able, with the current system we have and with the current monies we have available for expansion, the cost that it would have taken, even if they had said yes, which they didn't, to trench all the way down Leiden Way and then all through into all those buildings, because if you're not aware, Leiden Woods pretty much sits on rock.
Right.
Right. There isn't much topsoil. The cost was just going to be astronomical. They do have an agreement in place. That's frankly an issue we have with most large apartment buildings in town, where they're privately owned. We're not allowed to go in unless we have permission from the owners, and either owners say no, like in the Mill House, they've said, no, we have Comcast, that's what we want, we're not interested. In Greenfield Acres, it's part of the rent, and they said, what either happens is they say no, or they say yes, but you have to pay for it, which is not what anyone does in either the private market. The large sort of legacy cable and phone companies will not pay to do that. It doesn't work in public infrastructure either. If one of those buildings has problems with their waste pipes, they don't say to the sewer department, if you want us to take your sewer services, you have to come in and fix our pipes, right? No one does that. Once you get to the demarcation point at the building, it's the responsibility of the building to do the wiring. We can do the work. And it's actually even trickier for us, because if we do work and spend public money for the aid of a private business, then we're in violation of Massachusetts anti-aid amendment. So we can't do that. So we have to try to find a way to, we have gone to many of these customers and said, we don't have to come in and wire. We have small receivers that we can put on the outside of your building. And they've said, no, we don't want that.
And also, just to follow up on that, we're also, when GSIT was established as a wireless option, not through trenching, not through running conduit. So we're not set up to do that. So in places like Leiden Woods, Greenfield Gardens, Oak Courts, Silvercrest, there's not utility poles. There's no utility poles in these places to put the radios on to power the wireless internet.
Yeah.
And there's no way to run conduit inexpensively, and it's not what we do. So when new construction comes, using Silvercrest again, Silvercrest put in conduit. More than likely, Comcast is running through that conduit.
Actually, no, pardon me.
Yeah.
Silvercrest didn't put in the conduit, because what happens, because we talked to managers at Silvercrest, to try to save money, developments all say, when you're first building, then outside companies and private companies will put in conduit, because everything's all opened up and they can just run it in, and it's very inexpensive. So if Silvercrest had bought its own conduit, and there are a few countryside apartments who did their own conduit, there's another one I can't remember, then we would be able to say, can we come through your conduit? And they say yes. However, if they don't own it, and either Comcast or Verizon own the conduit, they will not allow access through that conduit. So we would have to start from scratch and trench all the way in to those buildings. We are working on ways to use vibratory plows and slit trench in turf where we can. We know this is something we need to do. We're not ignoring it. I have a short list: Berkshire Apartments, Reed Apartments, Greenfield Acres, the Winslow, the Weldon, Millhouse, the Arbors. It's 505 units where they've either said, no, we don't want you to come in. Leiden Woods also said no, or you can come in, but you have to pay for it. And it's just a number that, even if we were more comfortable than frankly I am with using public money to pay for the improvement of a private building, it's still a number that GSIP just can't afford right now.
Right.
And so we have to work towards, we want to give money back to the city, but we need to build up retained earnings too, so we can address some of these things. But it's going to have to be down the road when we've built up enough reserves. Sewer and water have healthy reserves. We need to build that up too. So we've tried, what we're doing now is we're going back again to all those people. I'm actually due to have a phone call with the new person who's in charge of the Weldon to say, is there any way that we can come to an agreement where we can use the small receivers? Because it sidesteps so many problems. Right. And we'll keep trying until we can come to some sort of agreement that works for everyone. It can be hard. A lot of these owners don't live in Massachusetts, let alone in Greenfield. So we try to call owners. We're usually sent to a manager, and then we try to work with the manager. Because it doesn't help us to not connect people.
No.
We want to connect everybody.
I just want to say that, so that is one of my concerns, is that I am a huge proponent of this, as you know, but I think that the people that live in many of these places are people who actually need an affordable connectivity the most.
Right.
And so I have two questions.
Sure.
I understand the barriers that are in the way because it's self-evident what they are. It's the owner or the trenching or whatever. But when I think that there are people that live somewhere and they're on subsidized housing and maybe getting EBT cards, et cetera, that they have to pay the same rate for, that they don't have this opportunity bothers me philosophically.
Right.
And I heard community builders, number one, and I thought, they're coming downtown. They're going to come downtown. And it's so much easier on the front end of something to solve a problem than on the back end. I know that from being on disability access. This is a real problem to me philosophically, and I think that we need to look at it and hope that each year we can find a building or a underserved population that really needs this, that we're concentrating on this.
Right.
So I have two questions. One, will you reach out to community builders on the front end perhaps with the mayor or whoever is dealing with community builders so that we can avoid that, because there are going to be people there who are the same as who are needing this service, just like people in the Weldon and Millhouse. Secondly, you're looking for another member of your board. And I read that in your minutes, and I thought, we have been getting letters from Brian Knoll, et cetera. Would you consider putting on your board a person from one of these places who is not served?
Certainly, I have no.
It's
his call, not mine.
Well, it's not it's the mayor's call. Ultimately, but I have.
You were actually looking for a board member, and I thought, you know what?
Yep.
To make this something where everybody is buying into it, I've read the letters from the people at Brian Knoll. I get where you are. I understand all the problems that are in the way. I said, this is a difficult conversation for us to have. I understand where it is, and I can see numbers. I'm great with numbers. I get exactly where that is. But still, the people who are struggling the most to pay their bills, who live in subsidized housing, are the ones with these Comcast bills. That's a sad thing.
Right.
It's the most expensive bill that many of us have, besides our capital.
And I don't want the public to hear this, but just for Comcast does have a program like we have. We're not supposed to say nice things about Comcast. So, if there's people.
Now we need 2 new board members.
Yeah, right. I'm just philosophically, I want to answer that question.
But the thing is, it's a problem because we have I was such a proponent of this because it's affordable connectivity for
Sure.
everyone. And then
Sure.
I heard, you heard what I was like.
Yeah.
I said to you, John, I can't even hear what you're saying anymore.
Yeah.
Because I am
Right.
this is my heart. That's where it goes out to. There are underserved
Yeah.
people in this community,
Sure.
and they're the ones that aren't.
And we know that, and John pointed it out, we know that, and we know that GSET itself, while it's not in these larger developments, we know what the demographics of Greenfield are, and we know what the demographics of central Greenfield is, and the precincts that, I can go through the precincts and we know what they are. And those areas are, 50% of housing in Greenfield is multifamily. And we are better than 80, almost 87% of those houses in Greenfield, a much higher percentage, closer to 100% in the core of Greenfield are serviced and saving Greenfield residents $1 million plus a year. So that's always been a goal of GSET and will continue to be a goal of GSET. And happy to, if there's funding, if there's additional ways to find funding to get into these locations that the city is willing to help with and it's legal, then that's wonderful.
So we're a couple of things. Absolutely. The mayor and I have spoken about development downtown. I will be happy to, and we will be happy to work with the mayor, with community builders, with anybody who wants to try to help us get to a building in a way that we can service people. I just want to say a couple of things. I sent you a breakout by census block because census blocks are how we track low and moderate income in Greenfield.
Yep.
So census block, not to get too technical, 412, 413, and 414 are the blocks in town that have the highest percentage of low and low mod income in the city.
Right.
They also have the highest concentration of multifamily units. Most of those multifamily units aren't big apartment buildings. I am in no way saying big apartment buildings aren't important. I agree with you. What I'm saying is part of what we did as a wireless provider was we made the choice that we had the resources to get to a wider group in multifamily buildings, 2-family homes, 3. We all know there's buildings that are chopped up into 5 and 6 apartments. And you can drive around town and see those buildings, and a lot of them have our little square receiver on them. And we did that because we could. That was, we felt, how we could get to the most people. We spend a lot of time on this. We have a very high percentage of affordable connectivity program. The mayor and I not too long ago spoke about a digital equity grant. I just found out about a Council on Aging equity grant to try to help get into buildings. We're always looking. It's not, grants sound great. They're hard to get. So it really, we have to work on things that we can get done ourselves. So the first thing we're doing is going back to everybody and trying again. We have not succeeded so far in convincing people that they should let us in or that they should be investing in their own buildings. We just haven't. I would love it if we had, but we're not going to give up. We'll keep trying. If we're on the front end of a project, I 100% agree. It's a lot easier to do it then, and we would be more than happy to do that. So I guess I did want to make the point that we really have tried to, and we really do cover quite a few multi-unit low mod people. It's actually about 3 out of 4 people live outside of large apartment buildings that qualify for low mod in the city. And, those people with the Affordable Connectivity Program pay $19 a month for internet.
And during COVID, I know this is more, only because I think that we don't talk a lot about GSET. We don't hear a lot about GSET other than those who have it. And those go to the meeting during COVID. GSET organized a plan to offer, we did it for free internet to students who couldn't afford it.
Yeah,
and it was, that was paid for, wasn't paid for by the ratepayers. It was paid for by a very generous bank and insurance agency in Greenfield that I won't name.
Yeah, good.
So that I don't use this as a commercial. But money was donated to make sure that kids that were being homeschooled during COVID had internet access.
I think all this is to say, I mean, this is written into the mission of GSET. We pay a lot of attention to this. It doesn't mean we're always successful. Right. And we haven't been successful here. But it isn't because, I mean, we've met with all these people. We walked through all these apartment buildings. We've met with the managers. We've looked to see if there's a place where we could put our equipment in them. We haven't ignored anybody. We just have not succeeded in getting them to agree to treat wiring for internet the same way they treat piping in the building, the same way they treat water pipes and waste pipes. I will say they haven't succeeded in getting any private people to do it too. There's several large buildings I know in town who have told us they've gone back to their original cable provider, their original phone provider, because the wiring has deteriorated to the point where it barely works, and said, come back in, you have to pay for this. And those companies have said, absolutely not. Here's what it would cost you. And it's a lot. Some of these buildings, they don't have conduits to pull things through. Some of these buildings, you either have to go through the hallways and tack it to the ceiling, or you are literally chipping your way through cement block. And the costs just are very, very high.
Good.
So
I'm absolutely, I'm sure it is. There were more questions from, you had a question? You have a question?
You want to go first?
Something different on this map. I had a question. So these highlighted areas, does that mean that the coverage includes that entire area now, or just parts of it? Or?
No, yeah, it does. It's about 948 new homes in the last couple of years that have the ability to have GSET coverage. I think I put the number of actual customers we have to date. It takes a while, actually. A lot of people are stuck in contracts, and we keep being in touch with people. Marketing's pretty simple. We go right to the house and put a door hanger on. And we, over time, do build up. If you actually look in what we gave you for the by census block, you'll see that some of those areas you can just see when they come online, and the next year there's more, and the next year there's more. And we go usually from 12% to about 28% to about 40%. It's actually remarkably similar all through town. It really, if you see the distribution, it doesn't correlate with socioeconomic. It doesn't correlate with, it's really, there's so many different reasons that people want to do it. We find that our growth is very, very regular and very widely distributed, which I think is healthy in the long run. We just always need more.
Okay.
A couple of follow-ups of things that have already been said. One is, I'm curious when you project you will be in, I know you said that this year's in the black, but we're still subsidizing the indirect costs. And I'm wondering when you.
Well, we wouldn't be subsidizing the indirect and direct costs of health insurance if the bonding program. So,
right. And so I'm curious.
So in 3 years when the bond's paid.
In 3 years.
Well, that's not necessarily, because we could grow. And we will continue to grow. So it all depends on how that works out. But John may have another.
I think that if you're going to define it as when we're paying both the elevated bond payments and the indirects, because that's a higher bar that got set for us.
Yeah.
I think it'll be another year or two before. I don't necessarily think that the agreement goes for this year and 2 years into the future. I would like to think that next year or the year after that, we could begin to address it. Okay. I think it'll depend on growth. You know, we are not a monopoly. We have to fight for customers. So it's hard for me to tell you that far out. Honestly, 2 years from now, any projection I give you doesn't mean anything.
I understand that I completely understand that they're estimates, and I also understand that you're the messenger. Right. And this is not all on your shoulders.
Totally. What I would say is it's really going to be a function of when we get to the point where after this year, those two big one-time payments are gone. Yeah. I would anticipate our expense budget for next year will be lower.
than it is for fiscal 25, since there's almost $250,000 of one-time payments. If we take those out and we continue to grow, that will put us in a very good position. So as we do that, and as we work our way through the 3-year elevated period of bond payments, I can see that as long as we continue to grow at a reasonable rate, which I am quite comfortable we can do, that we, maybe not the whole thing, but as soon as we can begin contributing back to that, we will. And certainly, once the elevated payments are done, then of course we will. I just would like to see us do it.
I would too.
Yeah.
And
Understood.
And I understand that you cannot predict this. I understand that. That makes sense to me. You cannot predict that with certainty.
Sure.
When that happens and you're paying your indirect and direct costs that are the insurance payments, will you, I heard you said grant. The city's been subsidizing, and clearly we have major funding needs in our city, particularly with schools. Will you be able to commit to giving that money back to the city so that it can be used for things like the schools?
Again, I am following.
You are following. Okay.
I don't feel this GSET is going to, in the future, when we are cash positive to the point that we can handle the infrastructure and handle the upgrades that are needed and handle the department that needs to be handled, we'll do everything we can to help the city through all the financial, the entire financial picture and budget of the city. As far as it's not paying it back. And I think we really need to focus on that. When this was established, it was known that this was going to be the case. It was talked about for hours upon hours at the city council meetings. Again, this goes back, I mean, some may not even have been here or been paying attention to it at the time. So paying it back sounds like we're utilizing city funds for something that we're not supposed to be utilizing city funds for. That's not the case. This was the plan. When GSET is cash positive and the indirect costs, the direct costs are being met because we've gone through that bonding period that had that not occurred, we would be doing right now. Then we will look at our expenses and say, hey, we do have retained earnings enough to know that we can move forward with the job of GSET. And as well, City of Greenfield, through a grant program or whatever, or a pilot program or however we determine that to be done, because it's not something that's ever been done in Greenfield because it doesn't exist on any other department. It will happen. It doesn't,
Yeah.
So but I just don't want us to keep thinking that this is a subsidy. It is subsidizing the budget, but it was known from the start, this is how GSET would operate. So can I make a promise to you that in 3 years that GSET will participate in a manner that gives funding to the city for other uses? I can't make that promise. I probably won't be there 3 years from now. I hope not. Sorry. You're going to want me gone after tonight anyways. But so we can't make that promise, but that's the intent. It has been the intent of GSET since its forming 11 years ago when it first started being talked about.
And I'm remembering conversations I had with then Councillor Stemple. That was always the intent. The intent was always that once it was set up and running and stable, that a long-term portion, not all, because there are other things that GSET needs to do with retained earnings. We have some retained earnings now, but we need to have some retained earnings. We can't run right on the edge every year. But it was always the intention that not only would we do what we do now, which is save the town money through providing internet and BPLS services, that we save the schools money through E-rate, that we would be contributing back to the town. I think that's very commonly understood and supported all throughout GSET. But he's right. It was clear as day that it would take a while to get there.
Took Apple 8 years to make a profit.
I don't know that I have a question here, but I want to echo what Councillor DeSorter was saying. And I've lived here almost 11 years and I was not on the council and I wasn't. However, what I think that I hear you saying is that, I mean, it sounds like in the initial charter, the mission was to be servicing low-income communities. And this is the first, and I'm learning that, I mean, in representing Precinct 1, it really concerns me that Leiden Woods is the place that needs it most, and it's the place that's not being served. And again, I'm saying, I get that you're the messenger. This is not personal at all.
Yeah.
And I hear you listing all of these low-income housing communities that are not being served, and I heard you say, geez, it wasn't set up to do that, but yet was the charter not to do that in the first, was it not to be affordable to the community?
Yes, it was the reason for GSET was to provide affordable, reliable internet access throughout the entire city of Greenfield, and do so in a fiscally responsible manner. And 87% of Greenfield is now able to access. At no point in time, despite and I can't speak for what former mayors have said or former directors have said, there was no commission. The commission's first meeting was 5 years ago in February. What was said prior to that, as a city councilor during the time that this was voted on and the $5 million was voted on, I can tell you that it was never my thought that every person in Greenfield was going to have access to GSET, because it's not possible. I sometimes tell people, I say, hey, I can guarantee this. You will have GSET before you have town sewer. Town sewer has been in Greenfield for a lot of years, and there's many areas in Greenfield that do not have town sewer. And there's a reason for that. It's the expense. So it isn't, I've never believed it to be something that's going to be accessible to everyone, because there are always going to be those roadblocks. But that being said, GSET does want to be into every complex in Greenfield. It only benefits GSET to be in every complex in Greenfield. There is no reason why we would not want to expand into these areas. However, we have to run, this is unlike every other department in the city of Greenfield or municipal, in any municipal government, we have to operate like a business. We only can spend what we make. And that's an enterprise fund. We can't borrow money. The city can borrow money for us, but we don't have the authority. I can't go into John tomorrow and say, we're going to Greenfield Savings Bank tomorrow. We're going to borrow $1 million so we can expand into all these areas. We can't do that. The city can do it. So if the city wanted to do that and it was legal, and probably wouldn't be, then that's a different story. But so that would only benefit us to expand. But to have better than 80%, almost close to 90% of the cities, of the population of Greenfield can access this. And we know both through the census data, as well as just knowing what the demographics of Greenfield, we know that Greenfield is a very low to moderate income community in every corner, street, block. It's not just in housing complexes. It's not just in the core. It's everywhere. And so GSET is doing a very good job in 5 years. And I go back to 5 years because that's when the commission and John were hired. Prior to that, I can't speak to that. And we've done a really good job getting it out there, but it's not 100%.
See, the mayor's hand is up. Mayor, did you wish to speak to this also? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's been up and down because actually John and Tim are doing a great job. But I do want to address it seems to be a recurring reference to Leiden Woods and TCB. Early on, not that long ago, a year or more ago, I did ask TCB when they have an opportunity to consider getting GSET into Leiden Woods as an option, when could they do that? And basically I was told that their contract with Comcast is a fairly long-term contract. So, and I don't remember offhand right now how long, but it's not a matter of us being able to, they have to honor the contract that they signed quite some time ago with Comcast. That coupled with which John several minutes ago now, and maybe Tim as well explained, is the sheer logistics of putting it in, the ledge and everything that's out there. is the reason why Leiden Woods isn't serviced. It's not because we don't want to. We really, really do want to. But it seems like it's quite down the road before that can happen. It doesn't mean we won't keep doing it, or keep trying. TCB downtown, I think they're quite willing to work with John on how to get, once we get there, how to get the Wilson's building serviced by either Comcast or GSAT, giving people an option, because it, and John and Tim can certainly correct me, but it's probably going to be a lot easier there for a variety of reasons. So that's all I wanted to say. And the fact that I have some knowledge, I have a lot of knowledge about what happened prior to and now what has happened since I've become mayor. And GSAT is doing a wonderful job of getting as much service out to the people as they possibly can. So 87% is a good thing. And as has been pointed out, a good number in that 87% are low to mod people. And a lot of the places where low to mod income people live can be serviced by GSAT. So, but we have some critical places, Briar Knoll being one of them, that some of it has to do with just the lay of the land and how difficult and more expensive it is because of where they are. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that TCB would be very amenable to working with GSAT with regard to the downtown area, and just simply to say, we will continue with GSAT, helping them and assisting them in every way that we can to continue to serve as many people as possible. So that's all I wanted to say at this point. But if you have further questions that either myself or Director Schindler can answer, we certainly will.
I had to stick with GSAT an extra year at my office because a business partner forgot and let the Comcast contract renew for a year. So I understand how that can be.
So I'd just like us to find out when that contract ends with Leiden Woods, with, community builders. And we'll see what happens. We're going to see what happens going forward. And I wish you well. I don't know if there are any more questions from anyone else.
I just wanted to say part of the reason, I hope you're not interpreting it as hostile, but part of the reason we're asking questions, we get these emails from like Briar Knoll that send us stuff all the time. And it was a little unusual because there was that extra pot of money in the ARPA money, which was a big pot out of nowhere that was totally unexpected. And so I think we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we're just asking you how you make your decisions. And we've answered a lot of those questions. So
I appreciate it. So I don't mind at all. And we used to regularly invite counselors to come to GSAT and we could walk you through. We didn't get a lot of takers, so we kind of stopped. But at any time, if anybody wants to come over, we have a good dog and pony show. And if you ever have any questions, we'll answer every single one. We're happy to be completely open about it because we're really trying to do exactly what we're supposed to be doing. And we get those calls from people outside too. The most difficulty we have is people who are mad at us because we're not where they want us to be. So we do know, and I'm not surprised you haven't. We spoke about.
I don't get it at my house, and it's only it stops at Lillian or at Overland Road. I can see it.
So,
and I don't even have. Can't even.
We have the same goals. We want to
yes, we do.
Everywhere.
That's true. That is true. And I think we need to remember that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well said.
All right. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You too.
So next up, we have the fire department. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Thank you for coming. Dawn, Joyce.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk about my budget. If I can, and you'll indulge me for a couple minutes, I do want to explain how I prepare my budget. So you know the whole background of what a budget looks like for a municipal department, especially a large municipal department such as myself. So a budget for me is year round. It never ends. And so when we get voted our budget in May or June, I start working on the next year's budget and we start collecting data, because by the time we get into November, December, we're already starting to prepare our budget. And when we have to prepare our budget for, say, a January 1st deadline, a lot happens between the time that you start building your budget and the budget gets implemented. And so stuff gets a little fluid and we try to do our best. But the way that I prepare a budget is I start off with what I see for a vision for the fire department and where we need to go based off of studies, best practices, NFPA requirements and stuff like that. And I put it all on paper and I look at the number and go, oh my God, how do I ever bring that to city council? Because that's probably a 40 or 50% increase to the fire department budget. For example, we had a study done under then Mayor Forgy, Chief Codswell had a study done that looked at the staffing needs for the fire department. It's probably close to 20 years old now. Back then, before we even ran an ambulance, the study recommended that we have no less than 8 firefighters on duty and no less than 12 assigned to a shift. We are at currently, we have 2 shifts that are assigned to 7 and 2 that are assigned to 6. Back then we had a deputy chief. I don't have a deputy chief. Health and wellness is a serious concern for the fire department, and I want to be able to provide my firefighters annual physicals to catch cancer early, because cancer is such a big deal within the fire service. There are a ton of initiatives that we want to do, and like I said, I put it on paper and I give myself a heart attack. Because it's no way that it's ever gonna get funded to the levels that we would hope it would be. So then I pare it down to, okay, what are the critical needs within the fire department, and build the budget based on what those critical needs are. And the critical needs for us is manpower. It's always been manpower. When I first started on the department, we had 7 firefighters assigned to a shift, okay? We were doing about 800 calls a year. I told you what we have for staffing now. We're doing about 3,200 calls a year. And
Say those numbers again.
so when I first started, it was between 800 and 1,000 a year.
When was that?
Dating myself here. So I started full-time in 97. And it's been a wonderful career and I love being here. So, but I started in 97 and that's about what the runs that we were doing. We're way over 3,000 calls a year. And people will say, well, that's because you're taking more active role in EMS. Well, yeah, that has a part to it, but our fire calls are up. Fires are down, but everything else that we do are up. Hazardous materials, car accidents, hazardous situation. There's a list of what the fire department does. And you know, the fire department, one of the things that we pride ourselves with is when somebody's having an emergency, and just because it's not an emergency for one person, it doesn't mean that that person having that it's not emergent to them. We're a jack of all trades, right? We get called for, senior citizens that they have a broken pipe and they don't know what to do. And we come and we help. And it's not something you think that a fire department would do, but it's stuff that we do. We get called when they don't know who to call. Is when the fire department goes. So we pride ourselves on that. So when I put my budget forward, I didn't put the deputy chief in there and I didn't put a lot of the initiatives in there. I went for what I thought what is absolutely bottom line for us to run a safe and efficient department. And it goes to the mayor, and the mayor has a very hard choice that she has to do. She has to look out for every department within the city, and she makes reductions from there. And the reductions for us was the removal of the new firefighters that we were hoping to add to get us to full staffing. And I don't begrudge anybody for having to make these decisions, because as a community, we have to, it's a lot of give and take. But I bring that up because I want you to understand that before you see our budget, there are already major cuts that have happened to it before it's even come to you folks, and then eventually to the whole city council. So
So I just wanted to give you that background. Like I said, budget for us is a year-long process. I'm in the numbers all the time. And I want to also say that City Council since I've been chief has been very, very supportive of the fire department. And I can't thank City Council and the mayor's office enough for the support that we have as a community given our fire department to try to build it to where it needs to be. So thank you very much. So with that, I will get right into the fire department budget. The fire department budget, the main part of our budget, out of the $3.2 million of our budget, 2.3 of that is permanent salary and wages.
Percentage of this?
Yep. I don't know the exact percentage of that, Counselor, but I can tell you the breakdown of what that is for staffing. So the staffing that this budget represents is 30 career firefighters and 1 office manager. Okay. We have part-time salaries in here. That is our call force. They call it part-time, but it's really our call forces. They get an hourly rate when they respond to calls or training within the department. So that is that line item. And then the rest of it is mostly contractual items within the salary section. I misspoke on that. I apologize. Overall salaries plus overtime and anything that goes to salaries is 2.9573 out of the 3239. Okay, you'll notice that my overtime,
Could we go slower through the items? Would
Sure.
that be okay with you?
Sure, yep, no problem.
No, I would be excited.
That's fine.
Your baby. But I just want to, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to go through the whole thing?
I'm happy to answer questions as we go through. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just curious, you were talking about the number of firefighters on duty or per shift. And I'm curious what I think that am I just understanding this right? I'm just trying to understand these numbers. And did you say that there are 2 shifts in which you have 7 on duty and 2 in which you have 6 on duty?
That's correct.
Accurate? Okay.
That's what this operating budget represents.
Okay, and also this full-time line accounts for the 30 career firefighters, 4 call firefighters, and 1 civilian. That's what this.
Those two line items together accounts for every personnel that I have in the fire department.
Which is those people.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
And that is and you did not get the reduction from your proposed budget to the mayor's budget consisted of 2 additional firefighters who you're hoping to get. And the increase from the adopted and amended last year were the same. The increase from last year to this year, what does that consist of?
Great question. I'm glad you asked that. So there's contractual increases across the board within the fire department. And there is an additional firefighter in the operating budget. We have moved 1 firefighter out of the ambulance revenue account. Okay, and we intend to backfill that firefighter, which will bring the shifts up to 3 shifts of 7 and 1 group of 6. I was going to get into that in the other account, but in full transparency, we are adding a firefighter into the operating budget, and overall we will be increasing our staff by 1.
Okay.
Okay, but the operating side represents what we currently have on staff. Does that make sense?
So this number represents who you currently have on staff, and the additional firefighter will come from the ambulance.
That's correct.
Will be paid that. Well, that's where the funds will be drawn from.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So we're almost to our goal if we can hold the budget. We really need to get the 3rd shift to 7 and then an additional firefighter on top of that for relief. So for example, I have a firefighter that's been on leave since January, right? That's tremendously expensive for our overtime account. when we have somebody else and not have the ability to backfill that. Okay? That's why I hope you had an opportunity to read the overtime report that I did back in December. I'm happy to report that right now we are going into vacation season, but I am happy to report by some of the changes that we made and some of the additions. Last month's overtime was 66 hours compared to the hundreds of hours that it's been. So we are being successful with that. I will go into overtime if you want, because I know that's a big one.
Yeah, I would love that.
So overtime, as the report put out, we are averaging somewhere around a little over $300,000 in overtime. The reason why that is the case primarily is because we maintain a five-person minimum, I should say, 5-person minimum on shifts. The 5-person minimum gets us an engine company of 3 members, and then the second piece, which is either an ambulance, a ladder truck, another pumper, of 2. That's our bare minimum that we work with. We will work up to 7 on a shift, which gives us more flexibility and more opportunity to respond, more equipment, but our absolute bare minimum is 5. And 5 is a challenge, but with the shifts that we've had in the years past, primarily all the shifts were at 5. Once we get below 5, right, we have to backfill to maintain that 5-person minimum. All right. So 6 people on a shift, right? 1 person can be off. We don't have to fill. Our vacation season's limited towards the summer, right? It's 3 months through the summer. During that time, they can have 2 off. So a 6-person shift, if they have 2 off, then one of those shifts are getting filled. If I'm at a 6-person shift and I have a firefighter go out on long-term injury, which happens all the time, or family medical leave, we're hiring every single shift. And when you look at salaries, people look at the firefighter salaries, and some of our firefighters have made a pretty good salary in the last couple of years. I can tell you that some of those salaries are forced, that they don't want to make that. They don't want to be at work all the time. They're forced to work because we have to have those people working. We have to have firefighters working. I have firefighters that work 96 hours a week, and probably 40 of that is forced overtime. So I don't want the high level of overtime. I want to be able to cut that back, but the overtime that we have in here reflects, based off of the staffing that we're anticipating going forward, will be what we need to cover our shifts. And eventually, once we get to where we need to be fully, I hope that number will come down.
So every time you get an ambulance call, you're going to have to call somebody?
No, we used to do that.
Okay.
So every time the ambulance went out on a transport, we would backfill to run their second ambulance. That cost the tune of $110,000 a year to do that. We got rid of that program. And so right now we run with what we have. Now, our day staff augments our ambulance. Our heaviest call volume for our ambulance is during the day. So my captains that I have as my administrative staff are often getting on an ambulance and transporting patients to the hospital. Our system is very unique in Greenfield in regards to how EMS works. We have a primary provider called AMR. They are a corporation, a huge corporation, and they provide ambulance service primary for Greenfield. We provide the backup to them. So when they're unavailable, we will transport. I was going to get into this in the ambulance, but this is a great conversation. And the reason why this works, and the reason why the fire department invests heavily into the ambulance side of things, is it keeps our costs down, because without us participating, there would be a subsidy going to the AMR, and not a cheap subsidy. Like a very, very expensive, like $1 million+ subsidy going to have a private ambulance company. But because we are partners, and there's also the hospital's a partner, it's like a 3-legged stool, if you will. You take one of the legs out, the EMS system collapses in town. Between the 3 of them, that provides a cost-effective EMS system for the city of Greenfield and for its residents of Greenfield. And it's worked beyond my expectations. But there is a cost that goes with that, which we'll talk about under the ambulance revenue. Okay. I know I'm talking quick, but there's a lot to cover. So if I'm going too fast or you have questions, please feel free to interrupt.
I have a question. If your request was for 2,438,200. If you had that, if that was granted, what would your overtime be?
So
That was my question.
there's two questions of it. So that's a great question. And let me answer it this way. The first year, you're still going to see higher than normal overtime because it takes anywhere between 6 to 8 months to get a firefighter, if they're not trained up to speed to qualify, to cut down on the overtime. I can't just hire a firefighter, stick him on a truck and he's ready to go. That's not how it works.
Okay.
I have to go to a recruit training, which is a 10-week program that usually takes us 3 to 4 months to get in. And then we have to train them in-house. We've been fortunate that the last 3 hires have already been career firefighters or the equivalent of a career firefighter. So the training was cut down. But if we hire somebody that doesn't have that, it takes us a good 6 months to get them qualified before they start counting towards that overtime.
So let's pretend that the person that came was qualified. To start with that, where would your overtime be if you had received what you had asked for?
If we had asked for, boy, Counselor, that's a complicated question to run for the numbers. I would say below 200,000.
Okay.
Probably closer to the 150 mark.
Okay.
I would appreciate not being held to that.
No, I'm not holding
because it takes a lot of numbers to crunch that, but I would safely see that.
I was like, okay.
And Counselor Toronzo and the Mayor both have questions.
Counselor Toronzo?
I was just spouting off that was my exact question, Jenny, that I was going to ask. So thanks for beating me to it.
Okay, and the Mayor, did you have your hand up? Did you have a question or a comment?
I did. This goes back several minutes now, but the chief did not have the percentage number of the increase without the 2 people. So without the 2 people, the salary and wage line for the fire department this year is 10.83%. And the removal of the 2 people really, at the end of the day, while it was not something that I wanted to do or Director Schindler wanted to do, it does represent a significant increase in money needed for a very long time, because once we hire people, they are on the books for a very long time. So as much as I wanted to be able to grant Chief Strahan the 2 people that he needs, and he knows that in some ways it just simply this year, as we know, across many departments, it was just not possible. So we hope for a better option. I'm glad that he has been able to work the budget so that he has an additional firefighter. So we are down 1 at that point.
Thank you. But everywhere I had looked, it was 7. You needed at least 7 a shift. You did that for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Onward.
So thank you very much for that. So that's our wages category. Any other questions before I go into our operating side of things?
I'm good. That.
I guess that I'm still not understanding the math of the situation. If we're adding a firefighter, why, if we're adding a full-time person, why overtime would be increasing so significantly? I'm new to this.
It's okay.
And I don't have and I do wish that I'd read the entire overtime report.
That's okay. So quite simply, in FY22, we spent $314,000. Okay. In FY23, which we are currently in, and we are, as of 4/8/23, we are at $207,000 spent in overtime. The staffing is not increasing right away, we are going to add a firefighter, but again, it's probably 6 months. So I took what we've been historically spending on overtime and reduced it. The calculation I used was I added the firefighters, I used the average overtime that we use per week, and the number that I came up with, and I still think it's going to be low, is what's presented there.
Okay, so I guess how I'm reading it as an increase then is that you said historically 314.
Correct. 2022, 22 was 314,000.
Okay, so maybe there's an additional number that I'm just missing because I'm seeing overtime fire department, training overtime, and that would be about 200,000. Maybe
That's
that's
separate.
a different line.
That's 20,000, and that's training overtime. The overtime is 225,000. Is what has been recommended by me and the mayor. I'm saying we spend 314 normally.
Yeah, I totally hear you. I'm just not seeing that number here.
So I'll explain that to you, I think.
Adding these three.
So, last year, in the middle of the year, you got an order to increase the spending limit on the ambulance revolving fund.
Okay.
I think I'm right on
Yes.
this, because the overtime was over.
That's
over. And so we went way up on the spending limit on his revolving fund, or the fire department's revolving fund. It's not your revolving fund. We'll go to that in a minute. And
actually, there was a separate order specifically to take money out of the ambulance revenue and backfill the overtime.
Right.
That's where they took
Okay,
it from.
so that's why I'm not seeing that number.
That's correct. We were budgeted at 175
Okay,
and we spent 314.
got it. Now that makes more sense to me.
Correct. And the only reason why, because if we didn't, we would have not had people working. The only reason why that was even possible was the ambulance revenue account. Okay, which I'll go over when we get to that.
Thank you.
No, thank you for the questions. They're great questions. I appreciate it. The only other addition I should point out, I didn't mention that you'll see a part-time clerical person at 16.7 in there. The office manager has announced to me that she is going to retire and take her 40 years of experience with her. And so we do not have money to bring somebody aboard right now that can work with her to get trained and up to speed with her knowledge that she has about running the office. And so that is going to be a big challenge for us if I can't have somebody come in and train with our current office manager. And so that part-time is to pay for a month worth of training with some money left over to bring our current office manager in a couple times as a consultant or whatever to when there's problems. So that's what the 16,000. So that is new this year. And we anticipate that being a one-time, 1 year. Without that, it's going to be I don't know what we'll do if I can't have somebody train with our current office manager. So.
Councilor DeZorga?
yes, please, go ahead. Oh,
Thank
Andrew,
you.
I'm sorry. I told you I missed
Okay.
you up there.
No problem. I want to ask the chief the following. Could you talk about the contractual obligations, what that increase looks like to your budget? And also where is the firefighters union in regard to their next contract negotiation?
Wonderful questions. So this is I think July will be the last year of the current contract. So they'll be up a year from July. And this is the last year of the schedule changes. And most of my firefighters are stepping up, which means that there are steps, 1 year to 2 year, 2 year to 3 year. And so many of the firefighters are increasing steps. So that is where the contract is. As far as the percentage goes, I'd have to double check. I think it's either a 2% with the adjustments.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I wasn't prepared for that question, Counselor. I think it's 2%.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 2%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can I just make sure I'm understanding that? So when you say you think it's 2% with adjustments, and I'm not going to hold you to that, I can look at the contract. But are you saying that you believe that, does that mean that you believe that each year the firefighters are receiving a 2% raise? Is that right? Or do you know what the raises were with the previous contract?
The current contract,
The current contract.
yeah, they had restructured their steps. And it was, over the first 2 years. And then in between that, you still have the steps that go up.
Yeah.
So there was an adjustment made in the first year of the contract. So step one went to a higher rate. Well, if you start at step one, you made it your year, you're going to step two. So that's there's two different things there.
Okay.
I'm hoping I'm explaining that.
I'm new to municipal union contracts, so.
It's complicated. The way that this last contract was structured, the formula is not as simple as saying it's a simple step increase or it's a simple 2%.
So are you saying that the firefighters are receiving step increases and there's a separate thing that is raises? Is that there's a separate, those are two different things?
Yes, so the raises kick in usually July 1. Okay. And the steps is whatever their anniversary dates are.
Okay. And do you know what the raises were in the current, or are in the current contract?
Don't have that offhand. I can get it to you.
Thank you.
So again, so they restructured the chart. So that means they changed the steps. But when they did that in FY22, there was 0 COLA, just a restructuring of the steps. And then in 23, there was a 1% COLA and new steps. And then in this coming 24, fiscal 24, there's a 1% COLA, with an additional 1% COLA for EMT.
Okay, and each year firefighters graduate to the next year, they go up the steps, it's an annual.
Once you get higher in the steps, like it stalls out for a couple of years.
Okay.
It's not a step every year.
Okay, thank you for explaining that, appreciate it.
When you first get hired, you're stepping up pretty quick. You're going 1 year, and then your second year you go up a step, and your third year you go up a step, and so on.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions about that? Okay. So the last part of my budget is the ordinary operating side of things. And I'll just explain a couple of the changes that you'll see in here. Excuse me 1 second. So you'll see that some of the categories were reduced: repair and maintenance of vehicles. We asked for 28,000. It was reduced before it came to city council, 20,000. That is, the mayor and I had discussions about that, and we felt because the equipment was relatively newer, that we would safely be able to reduce that, but that's about as far as we would go down. You'll see that software maintenance has gone up. Software is getting very pricey. And so we've actually restructured our computer program, and we're going to a new software that's going to pull it all under one umbrella, and it's going to keep it to the 25. Without us doing that for next fiscal year, we would have been asking for even more on top of that. Health and wellness. I really wanted to put, close to 50,000 in there. We put a request in for 18. It's been dropped to 15. Again, we are going to aggressively go for grants to, like I said, not only physicals for our firefighters, but I didn't mention mental health is becoming a huge issue for public safety as a whole. It's scary. Some of the stories that we're hearing from firefighters, stuff that we never talked about. We never talked about, and we just put it on, we take it on, and we've had some eye-opening experiences with our own firefighters, that just needed some help. You get to about 15 years on this job, and we describe it as every terrible little thing that we go on, we wear a backpack, and it's like a little pebble. And that little pebble doesn't weigh a lot, but you put it in your backpack, and after 15 or 18 years of putting pebbles, it starts to weigh you down. And we're really, as an industry, both police and fire, but I'll speak for fire, we're really finding that, there's a lot of bad stuff that these firefighters see, and they need some help. And so that's why we really want to increase our health and wellness, specifically for our health of the mental health of our firefighters. And oftentimes, unfortunately, a lot of that gets brought home. It's usually our families that so that's why I have that line item in there, and that's why I want to continue being really aggressive with providing the best mental health options for our firefighters. It's very important. Gas and diesel, we've reduced. Sorry.
Thank you for prioritizing that.
It's important.
I don't do your work, but I can imagine, and I appreciate you prioritizing that.
As firefighters, we don't often think of it. And, I'll tell from personal experience, few months ago, we had 3 terrible things that we were involved with, and I was personally involved with, and, couldn't understand why I got so angry for a couple months, and would think as a guy that's well in tune to that I would catch it myself, and I just didn't. So I'm happy to say that I take my own advice, and I encourage all my firefighters to do the same. Take care of your mental health. It's important, and it's personal. So and I just shared it with the world. So. The personal fire equipment, you're going to actually see a slight increase from what my ask was to the mayor's request by about $1,000 on that. Personal fire equipment, as I mentioned, cancer is very high in the fire service. They're finding a link to the cancer by PFABs, right? We've all heard PFABs. Guess what our turnout gear is made out of? PFABs. Right in the area that you really don't want exposure to. So the new turnout gear that we're exploring and looking at have PFAB reductions within it, especially in the areas on a firefighter that are important. And so that, of course, comes with an increase in the turnout gear. So that's why we're seeing a slight increase in that. Fire truck lease is self-explanatory, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. But overall, the mayor's budget that's been presented is a 10%, and I know that is a tall ask, and I don't envy city council's job, but it is what we have put forward for really a bare bones to keep us efficient, effective, and also cost effective. Any questions with that? Which do you want to go on to next?
I think that probably the ambulance revenue.
Oh.
Yeah, what page do you know?
Yes, it's
page 69. Now, I want to point out a typo that's in this budget. If you go to page 70, we'll start right at the bottom. The total amount expenditure for that line item is $249,000. If you add the columns up above that, it doesn't add up because there is a missing section. So if you look at right above the total, the 5870 ambulance lease is 60,000, not 10,100. Okay, that 10,100 that's listed in there, it should be a separate line item, and that is ambulance leased equipment. And specifically, that is going to be our basic firefighters are going to be able to use a cardiac monitor to be able to send cardiac rhythms to the ER. which is huge for our basic service. So that represents the $10,000 lease item. 60,000 should have been 5,870 and 1010 should have, or 10,100 should have been dropped down. If you add 60,000 to all these line items, the number is 249,772. Any questions on that? Okay. So the ambulance revenue account, you'll see that it supports a firefighter's position. We talked about that earlier. You'll see that there's a dramatic decrease in the ambulance overtime, down to 45,000. That is specifically for when ambulance overtime is needed. And what we use that for is that if we go to a long transport patients have the right to choose a hospital. So if we have to go to Cooley Dick, if we have to go down to Bay State, we recall firefighters at that time to staff the second ambulance, so we're not out of service that long. We also have other overtime that is taken out of that, including training overtime. You'll see that the training overtime for our EMTs is zeroed out. It's part of that 45,000. It's the majority of that 45,000 is the training overtime. So our EMTs have to have 40 hours of continuing ed every 2 years plus a 40-hour or 24-hour refresher program that we have to pay for. So that gets eaten up pretty quick by the training. Recall primary transport. That is if let me back up. The majority of the 45,000 is for the ambulance services overtime. The recall is the $7,000. That is to go to Cooley Dick, or if we go mutual aid and we're out of town, which doesn't happen often, but like today we went to Deerfield. We make sure we have enough to cover the city ambulance. And that's done by recall of firefighters, off-duty firefighters. We cover our health insurance. The fringe for that, we cover the Medicare out of the ambulance account. Billing services, we hire an outside agency to bill for the transports. Their collection rate it's based off of the amount of runs, but it's under 5%.
I have a question on the health insurance fringe. The ambulance service is paying for one, salary and wages.
Mm-hmm.
And so that health insurance fringe, is that for one person?
Yes.
So that increased, so the health insurance actually went up 6.5%. It'd probably be about.
That is the number that the accounting department gave me. And
increase, it's funny.
So.
Yeah, I know.
On the second page, ALS intercepts is $5,000. So many times we get questions, why are there two ambulances on calls? Well, we get called to do a priority transport ambulance call. And we get there, or based on the call, it comes in as a high acuity call, which requires by regulations to have a paramedic. We don't have paramedics, we run a basic. Should a paramedic become available while we're doing the transport, they will often intercept, which means that they will take their paramedics, get on our ambulance and treat at a higher level of care. There's a cost to that, and that cost is billed to the department from that other ambulance agency. So for example, if our primary ambulance company is unavailable, there are medics, there are paramedics. For whatever reason, they're unavailable. We go to someone that is in a cardiac arrest or is having a heart attack, and we need advanced life support at that time. We will place a call and request it, which is typically either South County or maybe there's a paramedic ambulance from another town at the hospital. They'll respond, and if they get on our rig, they typically send us a flat fee for the cost of that intercept. That's what that line item covers. Okay? Medical supplies, self-explanatory. EMS training, that is not overtime. That is to provide EMS training and goes towards an EMS training consultant, which gives us, and then, like I said, if you add the 60,000 for the ambulance lease that City Council approved a couple years ago, which is a beautiful truck and is getting a workout. The grand total is 249,772.
And the balance in that revolving account is about,
Last time I checked was around 600,000.
okay?
I want to caveat that by saying that we have tapped that account because we didn't touch that account for the first 5 years of operation. Okay. We built it up a little bit for reasons like we have bad years where overtime is, and as long as the mayor and city council will backfill it, we have used that. We are, with the addition of the firefighter's position in here, we are just taking in a little bit over what it's costing us to run the ambulance. So for example, we're asking for roughly 250. We're anticipating about 270,000 revenue brought in. So that big number, if we keep going back to that, is going to shrink. And my goal was always to have 2 years worth of ambulance costs in reserve in this account to God forbid we have a catastrophic failure on an ambulance, if, an emergency work that, anything can happen. So the whole purpose of the ambulance revenue account was try to be as self-sufficient as it can be. Minus the staffing. The staffing is already needed because of the firefighting, and they're actually doing double duty.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about that? Okay.
Prevention account, that would be good.
Yeah, fire prevention account is fees and services. It's not all fees. It's like half of the fees that we collect go into the fire prevention account and basically pays for fire prevention activities, including once in a while, our fire prevention officer gets behind, especially during certain times of the year, certain inspections. One of the inspections that that the fire prevention officer does is in the fall, and he, by virtue of outside activities outside the department, I can't have him do those particular inspections. So I have to hire a firefighter to come in, a trained fire prevention officer to come in off duty to do that. So that's the majority of the account. The other part of that account pays for the small vehicles within the department, the cruisers.
And what is the balance in that account?
Give me 1 second and I will find out for you. I think I have it here. Civil defense. Do you have that by any chance?
Which was that?
The fire prevention account?
1580.
I have it here someplace. Give me a minute.
It's okay if you don't have it now. That was Ty's question. I just thought of it actually after the other one.
Yeah, the last time I checked, I think it was like 60,000 left in there. I could be off.
We can get.
Yep, I'll get it. Yeah, I'll get it for you. I'm pretty sure I had it, but it's eluding me right now. So.
It's okay.
So that's basically that account.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? The last account is civil defense.
Okay, which page is that?
Civil defense is on page 128.
Right.
Civil defense is, the salary part of it is $5,500 for a part-time emergency management director. Actually, it's an emergency operations manager, not the director. I am the director for the city. This would be somebody that just runs the emergency operations center. We have not filled that because we currently do not have an emergency operations center that's spun up, ready to go. We have plans that if we, like the senior center that we use for COVID, but because we're in transition to our new firehouse, the new firehouse will have the EOC. So that's a position that is currently not filled, and it is my goal to fill it as soon as possible.
So do you think that would be filled in fiscal year 23?
Yes, absolutely. There is a small amount of overtime in there. We do, the drone program is operated out of emergency management, not the fire department. Although it's firefighters and police officers that respond on that. But there is, especially our coordinator of the program has to do some work that requires him to do it off duty. And then purchases services is really two items. It is the reverse 911 for the community. So when you get a call that says that there's a snow emergency and there's a parking ban, that's off of the reverse 911 system that we pay for out of emergency management. The other part of that is a small insurance charge for the drones. We have to have separate insurance for the drones. And then supplies and materials are just, paper products and stuff for the EOC. Any questions about that?
61,000.
That was close.
That was good. That was good. That's everybody.
And look, I just found it.
All right.
So.
Thank you. So was that 5112 line, that wasn't filled this year either, is that right?
No, it was not.
So that will be a turn back, probably. Okay.
I think it's been, we've had to use it on.
Other. Okay. Okay.
Because it's overall budget.
Yes, I get it. I know. And I.
Remember the overtime conversation that we had? It's our goal not to go. I have not, we, between the finance department, the mayor's office, we have not had to go back to city council and ask for free cash.
I'm not going to talk about that line item again.
No, we can talk about it. Nothing to hide.
Okay.
And the last, I just want to share one of the things that gets brought up every year. I just want to give you our call statistics history.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. And it's just
to the people in this. This is my idea of screen sharing.
Shows you how our call volume is. It shows you our percentage of call volume versus fire versus police. It shows you how many ambulance transports, how many we provided treatment but no transport. So somebody fell off a bike or, fainted but doesn't want to go to the hospital, or diabetic emergency, but they don't want to go to the hospital. And then the other was refusal of all care. So those are our numbers. And then our mutual aid is listed below. And I always get the question about, they see that we give out more than we give in. And on paper, that is correct. But when we call, when we call help in for a structure fire, the basic level that we have for a structure fire for mutual aid comes in is 5 companies. And what I mean by 5 companies is 5 other departments that send a piece of apparatus. Although it only shows that we all call them, say, once, there's actually 5 different units that come in mutual aid. So we actually receive a lot more mutual aid than we give out, even though on this paper it shows that we're giving out more than we're taking in. They only go by 1 incident at a time. And so we only send 1 truck out of town, but 1 incident for us, we could have a second alarm fire for us brings in 12 different mutual aid companies. And I have the list here that shows, all the fires that we had in 2022, that where we had 5-6 different mutual aid companies giving us a hand. So, any questions about that? I really appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about the fire department. I want to end, if I may, The fire department is successful because of the men and women that are at the fire department. I have never had the privilege to work with a finer group of firefighters. They are compassionate and they are caring. I get letters all the time from people about these firefighters and the job that they do and the caring that they do. We had a significant car accident where one lady was still in the hospital, and we had a firefighter and his family go down and visit the family, and they're going to come up and the caring that these firefighters have. I am fortunate to be the chief of such a great crew. And I'm humbled by it and honored to be their leader. But they do a great job, and I'm awfully proud of the men and women at the Greenfield Fire Department. So thank you for that little thing, but yeah.
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
5 minutes.
Okay, all right. Yes. Okay, we're having a nature's call break, okay? Here we go. All right.
I think we're off. I think we're off mute now.
Are we off mute? Okay, can you hear us? Okay, that's great. All right, here we go, returning live. And now we're on to the police budget and dispatch. So who's ever presenting, thank you for patiently being here, and go right ahead.
It's also parking enforcement and animal control. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just do those first because they're fairly quick.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Okay, I'll start with the parking department. This one is fairly straightforward. We only have 2 part-time employees in parking now. I'm sorry, is there a question or?
I'm looking for the page.
Parking is on page 122 of the budget book.
Got it.
So we only have 2 part-time 19-hour workers for that department. So that's why those salaries there are just for part-time. There are no full-time, and there's no intent to hire full-time. I want to thank Angelica for putting together the expenses, because I actually only control the personnel side of things with scheduling and time off and payroll. The rest goes through the DPW as far as fixing things that need to be fixed, programming and such. We do bill out through the police department for things like the contracted services and other issues like that. So those numbers that you see there came directly from Angelica based on what we spent last year, but we were able to transfer basically all the full-time wages into that lower line to balance it out. So that's why you don't really see an increase. Any questions on parking? It's very kind of straightforward.
That pretty much balances, it's 147.2 is the total that comes in, and we make from parking, what, about 250, is that right?
I don't have anything to do with the collection side of it.
Okay.
We moved that out of my department years ago when we got the new system. So that goes directly to the collector treasurer's office.
Perfect, okay.
And so I don't know how much comes in, to be honest with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Any questions on parking? I'm sorry, it's very, very short, so not a lot.
I was just curious, what is the expense of parking tickets? Maybe I'm just naive to that.
The parking tickets themselves, it's a passport system. You see the $45,000 in there, but there is cost for paper for the machines and such, and those are in contracted services. And parking tickets themselves come directly out of what we bring in for the most part. Some years we don't go through a lot of paper, other years we do. We've gone to an online platform. So we've had probably less tickets than we've had in the past because we do have Passport where people can pay by app. So that was kind of one of the reasons we felt we didn't need to pay a full-time person. The system itself is helping out.
Gotcha. I guess it just seems like a weird thing. I would have thought parking tickets would have been under like a revenue, not an expense, I guess was what. Maybe it's just labeled that way.
As far as what they bring in, I don't have that number because again, that goes directly to collector's office.
No. I guess I'm just confused. Maybe it's just the way they labeled that business unit is that parking tickets costs $45,000. It just sounds funny.
Yes,
I thought that would have
I
been
see
more
what you're
like,
saying.
yeah.
I see what you're saying. That's actually the program as well, Passport, that we pay.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So there's a line below it that says Passport. That's actually the program that you see out there on the signs, on the meters.
Right.
So
Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense.
Okay. Any other questions on parking? Animal control. This number is pretty much split down the middle of what the animal control officer costs. We have an agreement with Montague and Deerfield.
Hold on one second. Can you share what page we're on? So we can-
Sure. That one is on 127.
Thank you.
Greenfield has a 3-year contract with Deerfield and Montague. We get the majority of the services there. Therefore, we pay half. And then we bill Montague and Deerfield each basically a quarter of what we're paying. So half of our half. So that's an agreement that's done. These are the numbers that represent our half of everything, which includes his salary, his half of his salary, half of his longevity, and half of his call-out stipend. And then supplies, that's our half of the supplies. We do bill them as well for half of his insurance and life insurance as well as health insurance. We do send those to them as well. Any questions on animal control?
I don't have any.
Nope, I'm good.
If not, I'm going to go to dispatch next. Okay.
Dispatch is on page 120.
Thank you. Okay, dispatch, we currently have, and dispatch works for, police, fire, and EMS. We are the primary call taker for 911 calls, including cell phone calls, 911 cell phone calls for the Greenfield area, as well as up 191 in the Greenfield area. On occasion, we do get 911 calls from outside of the area and have to transfer them, appropriately. I just want to point out that some of the questions will correlate to PD and dispatch together, because you'll see that dispatch really doesn't have any expenses. For the most part, it's because the police department absorbs the expenses for dispatch, including paper, computer equipment, things that are needed in that room. So that's why you see really not too much on the bottom on the expenses. On the top is basically the salaries, longevity, holiday pay, any payroll, contractual obligations are in that top portion of dispatch. We currently have 10 dispatchers that are on, no, I shouldn't say that. We have 9 at the moment. We lost the 10th. One of our dispatchers was hired as a full-time police officer, and she is in the full-time police academy right now. So we are down to currently 9, but we have made an offer to refill that position to get that 10th spot filled immediately. So of the 10, one is a dispatch supervisor. Again, the salaries up top represent all 10 of those and what steps they are at and what the steps currently are between A through D. The dispatch supervisor gets an increase for being this working supervisor. They cover dispatch calls, and when they're the third person on, they handle their administrative duties. So that's what that pays for. Second line down on that with the part-time wages are for per diem folks that they all are full-time dispatchers, typically at some other agency. So we try to use them to cover openings and vacation openings and overtime openings. So that's the number that we put aside to cover per diem, which means they actually have to be certified. Longevity, you see that we really only have one person that has longevity in our dispatch, which is why there's only one quantity listed there. And then the overtime. The overtime is estimated. It's always under budgeted because we have what's called the support incentive grant that we apply for every year. That support and incentive grant is based off of how many dispatchers you have at the start of the year that are certified, how many calls they take in that dispatch center from 911. So they don't deal with our local calls. This is specifically a 911 grant. And that number doesn't get delivered to the city of Greenfield until we've expended it. So what we do, and we've been doing this every year, the number has gone up. We put in for the full salaries of folks to make sure that we exhaust whatever the grant number is. We put the grant in usually in the beginning of the calendar year. We typically don't see it until after January, one of the following calendar year, because we haven't expended that money yet. So we will put in for that money, and when the money gets reimbursed to the city of Greenfield, we offset by removing the salaries that were covered by the grant and put it into the overtime so that we're not coming back to the community for more overtime for dispatch. In years past, we've had less dispatchers in there, which had cost more overtime. When we have full staffing of 10, we usually get away with the overtime we have plus the grant. The support and incentive grant also is utilized for equipment. So some years that we need chairs, for example, and the chairs for dispatchers typically run anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 a piece. They're in them for a lot of the day. We could put in that support and incentive grant for the chairs, for example. So that incentive grant, if it comes in at $97,000, 15 of it might already be dedicated to chairs. So it's 82 that we have coming back to us to balance out salaries, wages, overtime. The next 3 years, we've already dedicated $10,000 a year for the new recording system that we have to have by law. So we know right off the bat, we're going to be taking 10 grand of whatever that support and incentive money that's coming in will be going to pay for that equipment. Councilor DeSorger, I think I saw your hand up.
Yes. Where are you on overtime this year on this?
I believe we're already exhausted with the overtime this year. Diana might have the exact numbers. I don't have them on me currently, but we did just get the support and incentive letter that the money is coming. So the money may already be in accounting. The money comes to Angelica's office, not to us. And then we'll start moving money out of salary lines.
Do we know where we are on overtime? Okay, you can please keep going while we're looking for that number.
Yeah, typically we're pretty close on the overtime when we get the money back in from the state. Years past, I've had to cover overtime out of police budget at the end of the year. We've had to do that at times. During COVID, we had to go back to the state for additional funds, which was a one-time grant from them because we were so short on full-time staffing that we had to have police officers and firefighters covering dispatch shifts. That was due to COVID though, so hopefully we don't get back into that again. And outside of that, everything else on there is contractual. So you have your clothing's contractual, your shift differentials contractual. They have 12 holidays. They get paid additional money for major holidays. And then we have 2 folks that have degrees, one with a bachelor and one with an associate's. So that was negotiated as well. So that's contractual. And clothing is contractual as well because they do wear shirts, polo shirts, long sleeve shirts with our EMS logo on there. So that pretty much brings up to where our number is at the dispatch for the 718-698. I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
When did you go to 10 dispatchers? Was that in 2022?
Well, no, I mean, we had 10 at various times since I've been here, since 13. Some years we have 10, some years we drop below because we can't get employees. They don't make it through training, but we've always been allocated for 10.
And did you buy any chairs this year?
The chairs, I believe, were not this year. I think we got chairs 2 years ago. Yeah, this year was the full allotment. As I said, next year we're already dropping it by 10,000 for the next 3 years, guaranteed, because of that new recording system. Our other recording system came to end of life, so we needed to move on from that.
Councillor DeSorga?
Yes.
I have a question for the chief.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. For dispatchers, can you comment on the current contract, when that expires?
I believe, Bill might have a better idea of this because I can't pull it up on my computer at the moment, but they, I believe, have 1 more year on their contract. I think they settled last year. I know it didn't settle on time, but I believe it settled shortly thereafter. So I believe they're in year 2 of their 3-year contract.
Of their 3-year. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you very much.
I'm trying to keep track of when they actually sign with the departments and stuff.
I have a question about this overall with the 911 grant.
Sure.
And what I've seen other cities do is they will subtract, but like we get and I explained this at our other meeting, we got 97.5 and we have budgeted for the 10 officers, the 10 people in dispatch and for the overtime. We've put in the figure for the overtime.
Mm-hmm.
We still have the 97.5, or we did, is Director Schindler, correct? That's what the last time I asked, that 97.5, huh?
Are you talking about the grant?
Yes, the 911 grant. My question is really basically about, we know that we're getting this. And what other municipalities do when they're getting a 128,000, I use Northampton, they don't appropriate for the total 718,698 because, but I know that you need that. I absolutely know that you need that. And I think I had this discussion with Deputy Chief Gordon. You need the 718,698, but we're getting 97.5. We've got overtime in there and we've got 10 people in there. It doesn't make sense to me to be appropriating for 718,698 if we're actually getting $100,000 in grant money. Minus, and I understand your $10,000 that you were buying equipment with. So that's my question.
The number doesn't change, Counselor. I mean, if you want to move $97,000 out of, again, you don't know every year, you might have big expenditures that you need to use for that grant as well. Like I said, this year it's next 3 years, it's a recording device. Next year we might need chairs and we have to add $15,000 to that. So that brings it back down. Up until 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't know what the number was, just so you know. Now you kind of do know.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's by population, it's by call volume. It wasn't like that when we used to do it this way.
Right.
I don't have a problem if I moved $97,000 out of salary lines to other places, as long as the 97 is there. You can't cut $97,000 out of 718. It's 718 plus the 97 is what you need.
Why?
So it's just a matter of where you want it to go. Do you want me to add 97 to overtime and reduce the salaries? Sure, I could do that. But if every year we reduce the overtime and then we don't allocate for the salaries, that 97,000 is not guaranteed every year to be able to go to just salaries. That's why it's done the way it's done. So we can keep a better eye on what the money is that we're utilizing where. Because again, we don't get that money until after we've expended that amount of money. We can't even put in for the reimbursement on it.
So this year it came in December 31st of 22.
Okay. which means we expended that amount when we submitted for it, correct? Next year, we'll probably submit for it earlier because we only have 80, we'll have 87. If it was 97, we'll have 87 next year. So we'll probably put in for it earlier because we'll expend that 87 quicker. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm wondering if you, when I was looking at the COPS grant and I was looking at the police budget, I added up the
This
number.
COPS grant is completely apples to oranges.
I understand that. I understand that we're talking about different things, but I'm making a comparison. So I'm wondering, I'm realizing I didn't realize that there was this other grant and I didn't do this math. And so I'm wondering if the same thing will happen with this number. When I total up all the steps and how much each officer is making, you get the same number as the total, I'm not sure which page this is on, the total police officer salary. If we're also receiving $125,000 in a grant, I would expect that number to be subtracted. And so hold on. So for this one, regardless of whether that 97.5 is being allocated to chairs or radios or people, still it should be accounted for in the budget. And I don't see that. I believe that's what is your point, Councilor Disorder?
I just could speak to that as the finance director in this one. So with grants, it depends. These are reimbursement grants, so you actually can't budget them. Like, you can't include them as part of your budget. You have to actually spend the money and get reimbursed. So I'm not saying the money isn't there and then becomes available to spend, but it isn't something that we can, basically that's how we have to use the grant. We have to appropriate the money, and then we have to actually ask for the money, the reimbursement, and then when it's received, then we can charge off some of the money to the grant. So there's just no finance mechanism to use that as part of the budget, I guess.
They're doing it in Northampton, though. I mean, I understand that I guess
the other thing, let me just say one other thing. I don't know, they're not apples to apples. Some of them are grants. Most of the grants as well, you're not supposed to supplant operating budget money. So I don't know what grants they have, but that's another thing. They generally don't get grants to use for your operating budget. I'm not saying, again, you don't use it for these purposes, like for dispatch, but you don't generally use it.
Well, she wanted to answer that.
So you're not on mute.
So
I know this is that.
Please mute yourself.
On you.
Thank you.
So this one in particular, I actually read through it, and I think it's why Northampton does this. It is for salaries. It is the number one use of it is indeed for salaries. And that's why other cities and towns are putting it next to it, because that is the purpose of it, and salaries are operating. So I'm just saying, so to tax people, I'm not disagreeing with their budget. I think those absolutely are things that they need, no questions asked. But to appropriate the taxpayers for money that we are receiving does not feel right to me. That doesn't have anything to do with the police part of it. It has to do with our accounting part of it, because we are getting that revenue in and we are appropriating and asking the taxpayers to pay this amount when we know that it's coming in. I agree with Chief Hague about what he's going to need for that. I don't agree with the accounting that we're using for that. And it isn't what other cities and towns are doing. So that's all. It's not what.
I don't know that for a fact what other cities and towns are doing, but that is generally the way you do. We get the money, it comes into the budget. If it comes in as a revenue and it's not used, then it does go
into the general fund.
Right, it goes into the general fund and it goes through our budget, does eventually go, into our budget. So I'm just saying we're into our coffers. So again, I can't speak to how Northampton's funding it, but I do know that you cannot charge. My understanding is, again, most of the grants, 99%, you can't put them in your budget like that, like the way way, the financing doesn't work that way.
Okay. Okay. So please continue, Chief Hake.
That's all I have for dispatch. If you don't have any other questions about that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that somebody is trying to get in and they're locking out the door. The door must have automatically locked.
Thank you.
Downstairs?
But I'm not.
Yeah, downstairs.
Oh, I'll go down.
I didn't understand the message.
Is it the front door or the side door?
The side door.
Could be the one by the ramp, yeah.
Is there a way to set it so it stays open?
It opens at 5:30, and my understanding is it closes at 9:30. So I don't know why that would be.
It closes at 7:30 is what I understand.
Oh, I stand corrected. My error.
No, I think it's 7:30 that it automatically locks.
Okay.
And that's, that's obviously it's causing the issue, but I thought it was 7:30 that it automatically locks.
Okay. All right. Very good.
If you like, Counselor,
Yes?
this is Fernando. I can
Yes.
unlock it. I can unlock it if you like.
Well, I think David went down to undo it, but that's amazing that you can do that on the computer.
You're at the beach.
Good for you.
I also
You
need
did
it.
that from Hawaii, wherever you. Okay,
Best place to be is daytime here.
this is amazing.
Maybe he should reset it at least to like 9, just so.
Okay.
If somebody else tries to come in.
Okay, our finance director is hoping that you unlock it until 9:30 p.m., if that's possible for you to do from Hawaii there.
Yeah, I can do it.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. This is amazing. Just amazing. All right. So,
Okay, any more questions on dispatch? I don't want to keep everybody here, so I want to start the PD for you.
all right, we're on page 115 now for the police department.
Deputy Chief Gordon is online with us. He's going to help me through this because we did a slide presentation for you, so hopefully you can all see it. We thought this would be much easier and cleaner for discussion purposes. So it's going to be a little bit back and forth between he and I, but we'll be happy to take questions as we go, if that's okay with you, Counselor.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. There's if you want to start to the first slide, and we'll just kind of roll into it. We can explain. We'll be quick with these. I know it looks like there's a lot, but we won't. This is one of the the moral budgets. We hear that a lot. I'm not going to go into it, but obviously we're cognizant of it. We're paying attention to it. We based a lot of how we did our budgeting this year off of this. We heard people in public comment speaking about wanting the schools to be fully funded and for our children. And as a father myself of a beautiful young girl, I understand that. And I'm not against any other department or any other entity wanting to do the best for their people. And as my parents were both teachers, I certainly am not somebody who is against school funding. I just would like to say that we would like to show that we are cognizant of that, and we tried to put together a budget process and explain it to show that we are not trying to bloat a budget, inflate a budget, be immoral with our budget. So we thought doing this way, we could all kind of look at it together, and then everybody would kind of understand what we're using. But I did want to acknowledge those folks that spoke earlier, because I certainly understand and I respect their opinion for wanting the schools to have everything that they can get. So can we go to the next slide, though?
Yep, if I could just throw in there too that we believe that doing a presentation like this is more inclusive to people with different learning styles and hearing disabilities. They can follow along with our presentation.
So this is we're asking the question: do we have a bloated budget? This has been asked and said repeatedly at council meetings for a long time now. So we're looking at it, and we went to the sources that continuously get referenced. In the Department of Justice. Well, it says April 2016. This is the latest one we could find. And this is the one that people reference. When you look at, 1,000 residents on a national average of having 2.39 officers, Massachusetts averages about 2.5 per thousand. Greenfield, we're averaging right now 1.8 per thousand resident officers. Currently, we have 32 officers for the 17,652 residents. 34 is what we did have prior to last year, budgeted, and that would put us at about a 2.0, which is still below not only the average, but it's just above what the minimum recommendation is. If we had the 2.54, we would have 44.8 sworn officers. I'm not asking for that. Thank you. This just shows a number of sworn officers. That map, again, this will all be available through, we'll send everything to Ms. Scott and she can put it out to every counselor. I have no problem if you want to look at it and have any questions for us. We'd be happy to answer any, even after today. This just shows the map of the country as far as who has more than 2.4 or 2 like we have. The national estimate for non-sworn, which is your dispatchers, your civilian workers, is 1.4 per thousand. That would put Greenfield at 17 non-sworns. That would be our civilians, which is our dispatch and our indoor civilian personnel. Excuse me. We currently have 13 combined between the inside of our department and dispatch. So we are below the national average. The defundpolice.org study also gets referenced. So we looked into it as well. This is where my wife tells me that I need to get reading glasses because that's even too small for me now. Bill, can you just read that bottom list for me?
Yeah, so it says here that from the Defund the Police site themselves, that when you select Greenfield, that Greenfield has 33 officers, which we don't have, and we were down to 28 officers. But even at 33 officers, that would put us at a 1.89 officers per thousand, where the state average is 2.48, the national average is 2.31, and similar population sizes is 2.06. This is Defund the Police themselves saying that. I blew it up a little bit for people that need glasses.
Thank you.
And that, and I just blew this basically up too. At 33 officers, Defund Police says this, quote, the Greenfield Police Department has 76% the officers per capita of the state average, 82% of officers that per capita is the national average, and 92% of the officers per capita are similar sized agencies. So we're below all of that. And Defund Police themselves say to match state national peer department sizes, a Greenfield Police Department should have between 36 and 43 officers. I want to point out when I started, and it was 30 some odd years ago, that we had 38 officers when I started. Right now, we are down to 32 officers, and we're trying to get up to 34 officers. So we're way low. We're not bloated. And you heard that comment today that the police department has a bloated budget, and that's not fair. And we have the statistics to prove that we are not a bloated budget. So that narrative really needs to end. One of the things that I wanted to also say that on my behalf, since I have the floor, thank you, Chief, for giving me the opportunity to speak and learn how this project goes. That last year, when I explained what the results of the budget cut was in June, I was accused of being a bully. And you heard that word earlier today. And then when those cuts happened, we were able to extend the life of our police department all the way until March without having drastic cuts. But in March, when the money ended and we had to make those cuts, we were accused of retaliation. And I certainly hope when the school talks about the cuts that they have to make, that they're not accused of being bullies. And when the schools might have to make the cuts that they might have to make, that people don't accuse them of retaliation, because it's not being a bully of retaliation. It's just what it is. It's about budgeting. I've done budgeting. I've watched it for 34 years, and we do this every year, and every year it's the same narrative. So thank you very much for letting me throw that little bit out. But we want to also talk about equity in budgeting.
So when we're looking at this, we started looking at statistics, and again, we sent these to the accounting department because we wanted to be accurate. We wanted to make sure that we were correct in what we were presenting, because we also heard about pitting departments against each other, which is not what we've ever done in the police department, and I don't ever intend to do that. These are just simply numbers, and we did a 5-year spread of what the amended numbers were for all the departments from FY18 to FY23. Where we're looking at this is over that time period, you can see, the 33% for the fire, the DPW at 15.8, and the schools at 15.3, and we're at 6.9. And that's over a 5-year period. As we go to the next 2-year periods, we are looking at, we had a 1% decrease. DPW had a 1.2% decrease on a 3-year spread, and you still had the fire, staying at a 26.2, and the schools at an 8.4. And then if you just look at the 1 year, and that's what we did for the actual amount, this was last year, we were down 6.8%. Fire still had their increase at 15, and DPW was at 7.1, the school was at 5.6. So we just wanted to show, at least on a piece of paper, where we kind of fell. And we did this for ourselves as much as for budgeting, but we wanted to make sure we were accurate in what we were thinking and what we were presenting. Next slide, please, Bill.
This one here states that if we get the 24 mayor proposed budget.
Hasn't changed yet. Can we, the slide hasn't changed. Oh, okay, one more, right?
Nope, this one is right. So in 5 years to this year's budget, if we were to get this year's budget as presented by the mayor, the fire department would be at a 46.3% increase over a period of 5 years. The schools would be at a 15.8%. The police department would be at 15.1%. The DPW would be at 11.7%. And I want to point out in 2019 that the police and the DPW were given a cut to give to the schools. So it makes our numbers a little skewed that year compared to the following years when you see those as well. So in the 3-year spread from 21 to this year's mayor's proposed budget, in 3 years, the fire department got a 26.7% increase. The schools and the DPW got a 9.3% increase, and the police got a 3.9% increase. In the 2-year spread between 22 and 24, you'll see 27.8. For the fire, DPW had a 13.8, schools had an 8.3, and the police had a 4%. And then 1 year from last year to from 23 amended. So this one is if we were to get yes, from the amended budget after the cut to this year, the police department has an 11.6% increase. The fire has an 11% increase. The DPW has a 6.2% increase, and the schools have only a 2.7% increase. And it looks bad, in particular for the police department, because we were cut last year. And when we were cut last year, if we got the mayor proposed budget from last year to the mayor proposed budget from this year, the fire department would have went up 11% increase, which they did. The DPW would have got 6.2, which they did. The schools got a 2.7%, which they did. But because we were cut, the mayor to mayor budget would have actually seen a decrease this year of 0.7%. So we're actually asking this year less than we asked for last year. And that's important to know. So people will show you that we have an 11.6% increase. But the truth of the matter is that from mayor to mayor, we actually are looking at a reduction in our budget in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
I just, yeah, and I go back to the school one because that isn't our school budget number. That is not our school budget number. Our school budget number
It's
21. It's 21 million. That's like that isn't even here. That's the vocational.
No. Counselor Disorder, that is the total school. So that includes the tech school.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's not what we're talking about.
That includes the tech school and Smith Academy. So that 22,858 is, you're right. You're absolutely correct. The Greenfield schools are the 21 million, but the 22,858 is the total schools budget in your
Okay.
book.
Again, we're not pitting
Thank you,
ourselves
Mayor.
against the Greenfield school. We
Just,
put schools, education. That's, everybody keeps throwing education.
Okay.
We just did education, schools, not one
Thank
particular.
you so much.
Yep,
Councilor
we're not
Toronto has
trying
his,
to pit anybody. We're just saying schools.
Councilor Toronto has his hand up. I'm going to let him
Okay.
speak. Thank you.
Thanks. And this doesn't, trust me, please, nobody take any offense to this in any way, but I get the point that you're trying to make, Deputy Chief, about the 0.7%. It would actually be less. I mean, but I'm just going to point out kind of a realism here that, let's just say hypothetically no cuts were made last year to the budget. This year you would have been, every department would be asking for more. If there is, the only reason that's a skewed statistic, in my opinion, because you're comparing 2 years where there was a cut, and then if that was fully funded last year, you would have been asking for more this year, and that's just the reality. I don't believe for a second that if we had fully funded last year's budget, you would be asking for less money this year. No department does that anywhere on
That's an
earth.
unfair statement.
I don't think anywhere on earth does that. That wouldn't
That's an
happen
unfair
at all.
statement.
So if I could just put in there that we asked for 34 officers last year. We're asking for 34 officers to make us whole again. And there was a reduction in our budget by the lease line. So we were asked by the mayor's office to reduce the lease line and to put the cruisers into the capital. So yes, we would have asked for less money this year.
We would have asked for less. We would have asked for more if there were leases. You're right, but that's what I'm saying. That's an unfair. Can we move on, please?
Yes.
I'm
fine with that accusation.
It's not an accusation. With all due respect, it's not an accusation. It's a matter of budgeting. Everywhere would be asking for an increase every time they get an increase. Nobody ever asks for less money than what they got the year before. That just happens because prices go up for everything every year.
Well, we did ask for more money. We did ask for more money, but we got a budget cut from the mayor, just like the schools got a budget cut, just like the fire department got a budget cut. So yes, we did ask for more, but we were reduced already before we got to you.
Well, we can address that, DC, when we get to actually the budget numbers, because he's right in the sense that we did ask for more, but the reality of what we're getting, that's all. So we just did a little bit of a spending per capita for county seats. You can see Greenfield at the 194 compared to the other county seats throughout the state. Just a number, again, take it for what you want. We did an East Hampton comparison because they tend to be the one that everybody throws us against right off the bat. So these are just some numbers for you to kind of mull over. We have 17% more officers because, with 34, but we don't, we don't have that at the moment. They do have 29, but they have part-timers as well. We do not have part-time officers at this point because we just put our last part-timer on full-time. So
East Hampton is not a county seat, and it's
no, they're not. This is just a number. These are just a comparison city. So that you can just see the the calls for service. What we have, we're about we're 27,000 compared to their 18. Arrests were up over theirs, summons, but we're always compared to them. But those are our physical numbers. Amherst, same thing. So that's no, that's East Hampton again. Amherst has 46 full-time. They have obviously 5% more than we do. We're looking for our 34. That's it. And then this just is, calls for service where we're at from 2021, which was at 27.6. We have an average of about 76 a day.
Hey, we might need help here. Yeah. We might need some help here.
Okay.
No, I mean.
We're fine. Diana was shouting for some reason.
Well, we heard Diana shouting.
No, we're fine.
I just want to explain.
We're shouting.
We might have been calling the police because we heard Diana shouting, and then we had another man that didn't come back that went down to the jail. So onward. A very good reason to go up to 34, huh? There you go.
Do you need an officer there?
Do you need an officer there?
We do not need an officer. They're all laughing in the hallway.
I can handle myself.
We're okay, but while we are slowed down for a minute, I just want to ask you, I was at the Public Safety Commission meeting where we hired 4 new people, and I think you gave an offer to another person. Are we now up to 33?
No, not true.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it was just the 4. One was replacement for one we lost, and then the 3 grant positions.
Okay, very good.
And
Keep
2 of them
on.
are in the academy right now.
Yep, thank you so much. Keep going, Deb. Please continue.
The reason that this is the reason the calls for service, the average calls per shift. And again, this is the average per shift. We know that there's times of the day that there are less, but we also know there's times of the day that the more serious calls come in as well. Can't predict it, but we do the average. And this is why we're looking for 2 officers per call, which it gives us our 4 officers per call minimum staffing. We need to be able to handle at least 2 emergency calls at the same time safely. And obviously, if there's a 3rd call that comes in, we have to deal with it as it comes in, and we break away from our safety systems and we handle the calls as they come in. We don't walk away from anything. The next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so now we're into the budget. I might need Diana. Is she in the room?
Yes, she is here.
Okay, so I just want to address real quickly, because I know Councilor Golub, you brought up the grant. So before I start the budget, I just want to explain that we are already into paying for the grant people. So the grant doesn't work on a fiscal year. It works on a year to year from the date you hire them and start paying them. So this budget does represent approximately, and Diana, jump in with me if you need to, approximately $80,000 for this year that we will be charging to the grant. And we've already charged some, or will be at least, because we have those people already on that are being covered by the grant currently in this fiscal year. Did I miss anything there?
In fiscal year 23, that's great, thank you.
But I don't think, when you say, so I'm following this, when you say it's charged to the grant, do you mean that are you saying that the grant is subtracted from that?
We've already recognized $80,000 less in this budget that we will be, because this grant is different from the dispatch grant. I just want to be clear, you threw a number of 125 out, and that should just come right off the top. It's not 125 in a fiscal year. It's when they start working, the employees. That's how this grant works. It's from, so every officer that gets hired on this grant, because it's a 4-year position, but we have a 3-year, window to get grant money. That window starts, that year starts when they get hired. So we've already been paying some of that grant money right now. I just wanted to kind of be clear on that.
Sure, but
just because, if we just took a 125 off of each fiscal year, we're gonna, in year 3 on this, we're gonna be way off on numbers. That's all. Sorry, Bill, can you go back to that for a second, please? So this is our what we're requesting, and this does recognize 34 officers. We are currently still down 2 positions, two officer positions. But because of those 2 officer positions, we're actually vacant on 3 supervisory positions. We have a lieutenant's position to be filled and a sergeant, but once a sergeant goes to lieutenant, that would be 2 sergeants that are going in there. So while we're only down 2 bodies, we're going to need 2 people are going to move up the ranks. And right now we don't have those positions filled because we just don't have the people. So this does recognize the 34, and that would include all the promotions. Part-time wages, we want to start our feeder program back up, which we obviously showed worked when we hired the latest part-time person to be full-time. We moved that number out last year because of the cuts to support the officers that were still here. That's why it was zeroed out last year. It was shifted into to save salaries and jobs. So we're restoring that to the 33,000 to bring our part-time program back in. Next slide, please. The 34 officers allows us to have the 6 officers per shift, 7 days a week, 3 shifts a day on a 4 and 2 schedule. And that maximizes our 4 officers per shift, and then typically a supervisor. This also allows us to maintain a detective bureau and to have 2 community resource officers. Those resource officers, and we can get into this a little bit later, are people that work with our CSO program. Our comfort dog. We currently still have one that has the comfort dog, but he is covering shifts as well. because we don't have the full-time staffing at this point. Like I said, we have 2 in the academy. Here's your steps for this upcoming year. We just wanted to make that transparent. I believe I sent out, I sent it out, but I don't think you need it because it's in Munis, obviously, how many people at each step and what their salary is at each step, their hourly rate. That's the grade that you see right here. It's a 1% COLA. There's a 2% annual body stipend for the body worn camera that will be moved into their base pay next year. So that stipend goes into the general budget, a general line item next year for salaries. And there won't be an additional 2% stipend after next year. Can we go on to the next? We had 3 general detectives that we were able to cover call-ins. Currently, what we are doing with our shortage is we have Mass State Police are handling on-call detective calls temporarily because we needed to, once we got our 2 grant positions, well, 3 grant positions, but our 2 people that could come back to work for us, we felt it prudent to put back the 3 shifts of Greenfield officers due to some talks with the state police where we had concerns they would no longer be here for us from that 3 to 7. They made it perfectly clear, we want you to find a fix for your own. They did agree to temporarily allow detective coverage for on-call, which will still end up being shifted to us afterwards, because at least on that end, they already had people on call. It's not ideal, but we are trying to make it work to have that coverage going. I also want to caution everybody, we are doing this 24-hour service again because we have the ARPA money to cover the overtime. The money that was agreed to for the extra pay to go to the 4 and 4, that is no longer in place. And that money is being utilized to maintain the full coverage of the shifts with the assistance of backup from the Sheriff's Department. We do have 1 detective that is assigned to the District Attorney's Office. We benefit tremendously in Greenfield from having him be a part of that task force. It is the anti-crime task force out of DA Sullivan's office. He works for them. He works for us. That is where seizure money and typical things for LET come from. And I know we'll get into that a little bit later, but that's where that money comes from to the City of Greenfield Police Department, is that task force. And then these are just the stipends for the detectives. This is for their on-call. It goes up for their years of service. If they've been on for 3 years, not in the department, Detective Bureau 3 years, Detective Bureau 5 years. That's where you get those numbers from. Next slide, please. This is the structure that we had. Now, Bill was here. I was not. I was back in Orange at this point. I don't know, Mayor Forgy, if you were the mayor at the time when they had the issue with the courts for the OIC issue that came up, where they were running a full-time OIC instead of a supervisor. And in the courts, and Bill probably can refresh at least the time frame on that, where they were running full-time OICs, and there was grievances filed and there was JLMC filed, and that's where you need to have supervisors for a department this size. You can't be running an office patrol officer on a lesser of pay as the officer in charge on a regular basis. You can do it on, hit or miss days. Maybe you don't have coverage because of a vacation day or something. You can't set up a shift of a 4 and 2 or a 5 and 3, I think it was then, or 5-3-5-2 of just one officer. I believe Mark Williams was the one that sparked that off. So that's where we came up with the 6 sergeant system, so we could have sergeant coverage all the way around. When I got here in 2013, we did a restructure of the department where I eliminated a lieutenant, because we had 3 lieutenants at the time. At the time, we didn't have body cameras, cruiser cameras, all the public records requests, all the, transparency requests that we have now. We probably could use another lieutenant. But we have 2 lieutenant openings, 6 sergeant openings, and we use a sergeant typically to cover all our specialties, and that's the detective sergeant. Right now, we don't have another lieutenant. We don't have a patrol lieutenant, and we are down a full sergeant position with the retirement of Sergeant Rice.
I just wanted to point out that the sergeants also are counted in the minimum manpower. So when we say we have a minimum manpower, that could be 3 officers and 1 sergeant of 4. We want a minimum manpower of 4 so we can handle 2 calls simultaneously. So those sergeants.
So we do not call in overtime to make it 4 patrol officers. I just want to be clear on that. We do use our sergeant as the 4th. And then our command currently, that's what we have at this point. Due to the cut last year and the shortage that we have, we only have the 1 administrative lieutenant. The deputy chief is picking up more duties right now on the lieutenant level than we'd like to have, because we really want that administrative lieutenant to handle accreditation, the oversight of accreditation. We have multiple other people involved in it, obviously, but we typically want 1 person. When the DC was the admin lieutenant, he was the accreditation manager. We had Mark Williams as the DC. Now Bill's the DC. He really should be moving that accreditation management role down to the lieutenant, but we just haven't been able to do that yet. But they are working together. But next slide, please.
The patrol lieutenant right now is vacant.
It is vacant. And this is your sergeant lieutenant steps. I just want to put those out there. There's only 3 for them. They start over when they get promoted. So let's see. This is the weekly pay currently for myself and the deputy chief. That's right out of the contract. Then we're looking at, this is what we're looking for the 34-person structure. And that would be, myself, the deputy chief, 2 lieutenants, 6 sergeants, the 4 detectives, the 2 community resource outreach officers, which I hope people in the community really, and I think they do. We get so many compliments about this program. We have a lot of other departments that reach out to us for this program. It's really done well with CSO. And then the 18 patrol officers to handle the calls.
I want to really point out that the outreach officers is not a want. It is absolutely need. These are the officers that will go out when your constituents call and are worried about speeding in their neighborhoods. Those outreach officers are the ones that go and check on the homeless when it's cold. They go on mental health calls. They go on the Opioid Task Force Connect calls. They're very, very, very busy officers. Right now, we only have 1 for 40 hours a week, and we really worked very well when we had 2 at 1 per shift. Because you never know when all of a sudden you're going to get a massive flood and you need to get out into their homes. And these officers know exactly where everybody is, and they have a relationship, and they're trusted.
They have gone above and beyond. They have geomapped these folks so that we can get to them quickly. We've had outreach from the veterans organizations on a state level asking if we can reach out to certain people, bring their help to them. We've been able to do that because we knew exactly where everyone was, and it's been very good. Currently, like I said, we have 13 non-sworn. I have an administrative assistant and a records clerk. Our records clerk is also our firearms registrar, but also the amount of public records that Jillian handles is unbelievable. And between her and our court administrator, Jeff Bankston, who is a bar certified attorney, they're buried and they do a fantastic job. Our court administrator has cut down our overtime. I think when I first came here in 13, our court overtime, I believe, was 50,000. I think our court overtime now is 15, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's saved us so much because we're not having callbacks. We have a lawyer that's reviewing our arrest reports and our complaint applications before they even make it into a courtroom. We're not getting these calls back to come in on overtime to try to challenge or suppress evidence because he does such a good job for us before it even leaves our building. He's worth his money in gold. And then we have 10 dispatchers that, again, handle police, fire, and EMS. While they're not EMD, they take the medical calls, they transfer them to AMR, the fire department as needed, and they handle, obviously, all traffic for us, as well as greet people when they come into our building.
Those 10 dispatchers should be seen just as much belonging to the fire department as the police department. They also assist the DPW overnights.
Yep. This is the dispatch rates. So if anybody had a question about those, these are contractual. This is for this year. They just settled this year. So I think they are in year 1 right now. They'll be coming up on year 2, I believe. So
I just want to point out, when you see the white boxes, those are literally screenshots off the contracts. We're not recreating those.
This is our clerical. This I might need an abacus and a couple rulers. Their steps are all over the place. I constantly have to ask about this because I don't know how or where folks are. I know they've been working on trying to consolidate this, but these are our clerical steps. And longevity pay. I mean, this is for the police here. This is contractual again. It's gone down because our more senior people, we've had some retire. They don't start collecting any longevity till 10 years on with us. So that's why that's gone down a little bit. We've gotten a lot younger in our department. That's just the percentages of what people get. Next slide, please. Overtime. So on this line here, this hasn't changed very much over the last bunch of years. We kind of kept it as solid as we can. Training overtime, it always looks like we have a bunch going into the second half of the year, but we are now required not only to do our normal training, we have to qualify firearms twice a year now. Actually shooting firearms twice a year as opposed to just the qualifying and then classroom. We now have to shoot twice a year, mandatory. That's an exceptionally costly one because you can't actually do it for the most part on duty. We try when we have extra people to ship people over once in a while. Detectives do it on duty. Myself, the deputy chief, our administrative people do it on duty, but it's hard to get officers to do it. We do have our in-house qualifiers though. And then this is just how they get paid for their overtime, contractual again. Court overtime, same thing. Don't have to go through that. That's just been cut down tremendously. Training overtime, we have 40 hours mandatory. We try to do it on duty when it comes to the computer work. It's not the ideal way. We do like to send people out for physical, training by somebody, not us. People tend to learn better when they're not being taught by your own folks. But obviously we can't do that a whole lot right now. This is what, if we had the actual training we needed to send everybody out to pay them to do it, it would be $106,000 just for training. We asked for $40,000. And this is mandatory. It is what it is.
It's unfunded mandate by the state.
It's gonna do every single line.
And then these are just, these are all contractual. Okay. I can answer any questions about it, but I don't think I need to go through every one of them for you. These are all contractual here. Next, please.
Someone has a question. He's going line by line. It's okay. Go ahead.
I can answer a question, Counselor, if you'd like.
Line, but it's going to start going faster now because it's all contractual, and we want to show you that it's contractual.
And again, you can have this whole slideshow if you want to analyze any line by line. I'm just trying to point out that they're contractual. They're actually hard numbers, so I can't. They're not really made up numbers. The overtime, I just want to show you their general, so that's why I kind of went through each one of those.
Okay.
The FTO, this is when we're training folks. This number is usually pretty low in our budget. It'll probably be a little bit more this year because we do have 2 people coming out of the academy who have never been police officers before, and they're probably going to take more on the 3 to 4 month training period after they get out because they've never worked in law enforcement, and they don't come out until September, I believe, is their graduation date. This was a negotiated, the body camera stipend, I know that comes up. This was negotiated as a change in work conditions. It was bargained in 2021. We have body cameras, we have cruiser cameras. Administrators have cameras in their office, so when they do interviews, we're going to be using body camera systems for promotional processes, so that way anybody will be able to see what everybody was talking about in those rooms, so there'll be no questions. And then the mayor will have the ability to review those or any part of that process. So we are using those cameras quite a bit. Our booking room is recorded, a cell block. We're updating obviously our evidence room, but we're updating the cameras on the building for the recording inside and outside. Next, please.
Mike, go ahead, please. Mike, go ahead.
I
Yes,
just
sir.
had a question about that. You had mentioned earlier that after the stipend ends, this is going to be built into the salary line.
Yes.
And there will be no more stipend. So is that is that something that's already been negotiated in the contract?
Yes, it has.
And that contract ends when?
I believe the patrol ends, they have 1 more year and the supervisors have 2 more years. They're on opposite years. And it comes into play at the end of year 3.
Okay, so if so you're saying the patrol contract ends next year, so 2024.
Correct.
The
I
same
believe
year the
so.
stipend ends. So how does that roll into the salary at that point?
The 2% goes into their hourly, their base wage.
But wouldn't that
It's similar to what we did with the roll call pay years ago. They used to get
wouldn't that need to be renegotiated at 2024 because then that would be ending?
Well, no, that would just roll into there, and then when they negotiate, whatever they negotiate after that, the 2% body camera stipend is not individually paid anymore. It's just built into the whatever their salary wage line is. It has the 2% into that at that point, and then they negotiate from that point forward.
I might be able to explain it a little bit better. So if you notice on the slide, they have a 0% COLA that year, where most departments got a 2, or the schools got, I believe, a 3%, maybe they got a 2%, but different departments got different COLAs, but it averages around 2%. And what the officers did is because they're union, and this is a change of working conditions, we're very set on, because it's a change of working conditions, we should be compensated for that. So what they ended up doing is taking a 0% COLA and a 2% body worn camera instead of a 2% COLA that everybody else got. And right. At the end of the 3 years, it's not really a change of a working condition anymore because you have now gotten used to it. The training has been there. You've gotten used to activating it. It then just becomes part of your job, where that 2%, where it would have been a COLA, is just like every other wage, has been rolled into their wage lines.
Okay, so is that going to change on on the step scale?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
And how about the superior officers? Did they get a COLA and the?
They had this. I believe they had the same counselor. It was worded the same way. I think theirs was a little bit higher because they have to review the cameras. They review the video. So I believe theirs might be the supervisors. I believe it's 3. Am I right on that, Bill?
Yeah, I believe it was 3, but it worked out the same way.
It worked out the same with the 0 to but the percentages. But I believe it's 3% for their body worn because they review the footage.
Thank you.
Counselor Disorder, I think you have somebody in the waiting room.
Oh, someone in the waiting room.
Still? No, I think I admitted them.
There's one other person.
There's another person? Huh, I don't.
Okay. The next is just, again,
There's no one.
I'm sorry. The next is just the holidays, again, contractual, but these just state which holidays they have. Next, please.
First responders do not get the day off for a holiday. They automatically get paid for the holiday. So that money has to be in a line item to be able to pay them for the holidays. So on Christmas, when most people have the day off, the officers are working that day. So they get paid 8 hours. They don't get time and a half, but they get paid 8 hours. And this is the contract that shows that.
Yeah.
The K-9 stipend, this is for now our 2 K-9 officers. This was negotiated as well. We have a need of 13.3. The budget only represents 8.3. We're going to have to look at that. We've been in discussions about why that was changed. I'm not sure 100% yet. I understand the rationale for it. There is a K-9 grant, but the grant covers for overtime, for coverage if the person is training. I don't believe that grant covers budgeted contractual obligations. So I need to look at that. I didn't reduce that, but that's how it came out. So my number was the 13.3 because that's what's needed. I don't have an answer for you if you have a question on that yet. I saw this and I'm looking into it.
I saw that on the Munis and it said gift fund for the difference.
You cannot use the K-9 gift fund to pay.
I didn't say it.
No, I know, but I saw that on there and I'm like, so that's why it stuck out to me.
You haven't said that we can.
Okay. Mike wants to speak. The city accountant said that was okay. And Mike, go ahead, please.
I was just looking at that footnote on this slide. So the officers in the Canyon unit receive an additional 10% each year. 10.
Yep. So let me please let me explain that. FLSA law requires under the Garcia versus San Antonio MTA suit that came out from San Antonio, where the officers showed that they're not only working with those dogs here at the station, but when they have to take those dogs home, they have to feed the dogs, groom the dogs, take care of the dogs. And what Garcia said is that is about 30 minutes a day of at-home care, which I can tell you from having a dog, it's way more than 30 minutes, which equals 3 hours a week. So you can give that in either time off, which wouldn't work with our department because it would leave us a hole of coverage, or you can compensate that person at overtime. So time and a half at 3.5 hours a week is a little bit more than 10%. So we're kind of just a little bit violating the law, but everybody agrees that it's a nice round number that 10% would actually work. But we're required, any canine officer from any department in the entire United States must get that.
Okay, no, that makes a lot more sense with the rest of the bullet points that were on that slide. That checks out, that adds up. I wasn't sure like what the footnote it seemed to.
The footnote, anything in white is out of the
what the other
contract.
bullet points we're talking about. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that makes
Anything in
a lot more
white is contractual language.
Gotcha.
And again, I'm fine with the number being down. If the accountant says we can use it out of the other one, then I'm fine with that. I just know that the gift we can't, but the career incentive pay, again, formerly known as the Quinn bill, what most people have. State formally paid for some of it. They don't anymore, obviously, but we adopted this in the 80s. So this is on your base rate, not your overtime, not your details. And this is what is contractually negotiated with the officers that have these degrees. And that is also represented in the munis sheets, who has them.
So 9 officers have associate's degree, 12 officers have a bachelor's degree, 1 has a master's degree. They all get the incentive. I have a master's degree and the chief has a bachelor's degree, but we do not get the incentives.
So.
And go ahead.
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So again, we have a deficit in there of what is needed and what is budgeted. But again, we're representing, and I talked with Diana about this extensively. We're representing approximately $80,000 removal from our lines based on what we're going to draw down from the grant to pay to fill. So the grant is represented in that 80,000, about 80,000 and change is represented out of that. Out of the budget. So there's 60 of it right there. This is just explaining the incentive. Next, please. Expenses. We're not going to be replacing any vehicles this year. For full disclosure, I asked Councilor Elmer to remove the reconsideration for the pickup truck. There's some outside issues with potentially other departments. And I don't want to pit us against other departments. So I asked him respectfully to remove that reconsideration. He wasn't inclined to do that, but I am asking for that again, and I will be asking for that on the night in question as well. So we won't have vehicles for this year. Obviously, the repair costs will go up because our equipment's quite a bit older. We've had to replace a couple computers that I've been trying to replace this year. We're looking for how to get our radars and our other things certified through other means. So that repair cost hasn't moved. I think it's 12.5 still. Our building, we haven't had any, real big renovations. I'll talk about the dispatch at the end. We do have to replace the dispatch console at some point. It's about $100,000. I'm not sure. We're hoping for some type of a grant to do that, but there isn't one out there yet for that. But we're hoping, because we're not the only ones in that boat that have to do that replacement. So we kept our vehicle repairs, I guess, at 15. Our repairs for office equipment. Again, we absorb dispatch into this too. So I just want to, when we're looking at most of these general repairs, that's dispatch included. we are looking at the radio equipment. That's what we have to maintain that. Computers, 5,000 gets us about one if we need it. We usually get at least one a year. Can you flip to the next one, please? These were schooling and tuitions. So that's for all of our classes for officers that we currently have, for in-service trainings, specialty trainings, that type of thing. Academy trainings, that's for 2 officers. It's about $4,000 a piece for an academy tuition. The physicals are around anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500 between the actual doctor visit and the PT test that's required to go to an academy. So that's what the 3,000 represents, is basically two officers for an academy. Maybe we'll get 2 that are trained. I don't know. We
and
did
every
get
officer has
like
every
they have
officer
to have a
gets
psych test as well, which is I think $300 now, $300 or $400. So that covers that, the academy physicals. Telephone, it's a big number, but that also includes our cruisers. We have the wireless systems for our cameras, for our GPS system, for our live feeds. So that's why that number has jumped. You'll see that it was obviously 18 a while ago, but that does cover also any cell service, which we have as well in the cars, for the computers. We don't have cell phones in the cars, but it's the cell service for the computers. CGIS, that's a number that we get at usually last week in June. We get that bill. It's usually right around 2,500. It goes up about 2% a year. So that we put in the 2,600 over the 2,550. We don't typically know exactly how much they go up, but it's usually not much from year to year. The range allowance and wages, that one is contractual. That is for their qualifying. Again, right now that's a 1-day qualifying. I wouldn't be surprised to see if that changes a little bit with two time a year qualifying, but right now that covers all of our officers for that. Office supplies, again, that's our general office supplies for both us and dispatch. Next, please.
Mike Franzo has a.
Oh, sorry, sir. What can I do for you?
No, I was just, I know you're rifling through this pretty quick, and I was looking at, when you were talking about the training and the physicals and such,
Yes.
and you were referencing like the psych evals and stuff get looped into that. That seems, I don't know, to me like really low. And I'm only saying this, maybe this will be a nicety that maybe I know that you might not feel sometimes. I just going back to when the fire chief has a health and wellness line for that kind of thing, and I can't imagine that the obviously the toll of the job doesn't have the same, if not a different and possibly worse effect on police officers. There doesn't seem to be any kind of built-in line item, at least. Maybe it's just separated differently in these business units, I think is what I'd be calling them.
Yep.
That covers something like that. Is there something built in as far as the program goes?
Obviously,
that
for us,
is just covered in a different kind of line item.
Yep. So we do a lot of and Bill is kind of my go-to for this because he obviously has a lot of experience with it. We do after major incidents type of thing. We do we do try to get together and do that. We offer services. Typically, we will pay that maybe out of schooling and tuition. We will piggyback sometimes with the fire department, depending on what the incident is. Us dispatch. But yes, we do that. We've actually sent folks out for. We have an on-site academy that deals specifically with first responders. We've sent folks to that, and usually that comes out of the schooling and tuition.
Okay, I know that nobody ever wants to hear like maybe there's a place to spend more money, which is why I was kind of making a joke on that. But I don't know. I think that personally, that going forward, I don't know if that might not be something that gets considered as kind of a standard. Not only I understand if there's an incident that could be obviously services needed for that, but even just for a having something in there for a normal mental health and wellness kind of line, that doesn't need to seem like it has to come out of somewhere else.
You're absolutely right. We've been fighting that for a very long time. I was out for a long time in 2012 with PTSD. I went through a lot of training, a lot of counseling, and we have a lot of other officers that are affected by stress and trauma. It's something that we've been trying to put into our budget. And I think it's a priority in our budget, but it's not a priority as much as that we're going to lay off an officer to make that happen. We do have Western Mass CISM, just like the fire department does, that works with us for free if we need it, and we have used it. On occasion, we have something that was a little bit more heavy duty. We did have one this year, cost us well over $5,000 in evaluations. But the treatment typically comes out of the officer's health insurance, which the town contributes 80% of. Can we do better? Absolutely. Should we do better? Absolutely. But it's all comes out of the same pie.
Thank you for sharing that.
And we have never denied anybody, and we certainly reach out for as much as we can then when we find out. But we've never denied. We found a way to do it. But yeah, no, I would agree with you, Counselor. It'd be fantastic if we could have a health and wellness line. But right now we're fighting. We're kind of fighting for what we can do right now. That's all. But thank you for that. Thank you for the interest. I appreciate that.
It's extremely hard for officers to go to counseling and to actually share their true feelings, because all of those are, even though it says it's confidential, are summarizable by the court system. And the officers know that. And the officers know that if certain things happen, they lose their gun. And if they lose their gun, they lose their career. Now, sometimes, and we have had occasions where the administration comes in and says, no, you can't work. But it's also in the back of every officer's head that if I ask for help, that I could lose my job. And it's a terrible way of doing things in the state of Massachusetts. The laws need to be changed, and we're doing a great disservice to every police officer in the Commonwealth the way it runs right now. I'm sorry to get on the soapbox, but it's not an easy thing for police officers to go through. And we have things like comfort dogs to assist our officers. Let me tell you, each day when Fat Frankie comes into my office for his biscuit, because he gets a biscuit at every single office that he comes to. He has to work for it, but it gives me just a 5-minute break from what I'm doing, which is typically budgeting and stuff that, I'm pulling my hair is turning white, and just gives me a 5-minute break to play with a dog. And that is invaluable for our people. And I got to see it in a national level at large scale events too. And it does help us locally. So we do invest in our employees. We could do better, but we do. Our employees are our bread and butter, and we invest in our employees as we can. And if we ever had to go to the mayor and say, Mayor, and I think we did that this year, Mayor, we have an emergency and I need a little bit of extra money because an employee needs help. She's the first one to bend over backwards to get us what we need for that employee.
All right. Next slide, please.
That's one way to kill the conversation. I'm sorry.
So the range, again, this is just the range allowance by contract. Next, please. Right now, our building, we've got some mold mitigation we have to do. The carport is coming off the building. Obviously, that's a hot topic. We haven't done any carpet repairs yet because we don't know what's going to happen in the inside of the building. We do have some electrical repairs, and our staircase in the back is, at some point here, we're going to have to put some yellow tape on it. We only had very little building and maintenance, which is why we have upped that to 18, which is still probably not going to get us there, but at least it gives us a little bit more than the 3 we did have. Next slide, please.
If you own a home, you know that you can't even paint your home for $3,000. We have a station that's 4 times, 5 times bigger than your home, and we have a budget that can't even paint our walls.
Gasoline.
May I on that last thing? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say, we all saw that in the back, that staircase repair. I think if that comes back as a capital project, even through the middle of the year, I think we all agreed that was a necessity. I want you to be safe going out the back stairs. I just wanted to say that. We said that in a meeting. So I just wanted to throw that out there again because there was concern about that. So that's all.
Thank you, Counselor, but that was for the roof over the staircase. The staircase is crumbling and falling in disrepair like it always does.
Right.
And we still need to repair the concrete underneath, so we still have a staircase repair, even if we had the money for the roofing to stop needing the yearly repair that we have for that staircase.
Okay. Oh, Mike Toronzo had his hand up.
Just to follow up on that, Deputy Chief, we were informed by Marlo that could be an in-house repair. The staircase would be an in-house repair. When we were discussing the roof, is that,
Correct.
would it wouldn't be fruitful to keep repairing it every year if we're not going to put something over it to cover it. And I think that's where we all came to consensus that it does need to be done. And we agreed that to echo Ginny's statement that we would like, that is a capital improvement. And we'd like to see that come from the capital funding rather than the free cash. And then once that's done, it was, essentially said, well, then the repair could be made in-house and it wouldn't have to be, any kind of extraordinary cost to.
Sure. And if I could explain that, an in-house repair, when we have to have another agency do the repair, that we have to transfer funds to that other agency to pay for the cost of that repair, just like we have to do with the cruisers and other type of items. It's not a big, we only have $18,000 in that line. I think most of that is probably going to go to mold mitigation and carpet repairs. But it's just another example of the things that we have to do. This year we had a $10,000 generator repair, and we had a $3,000 budget to repair the $10,000 generator. So we're just making an example of the things that need to be done pretty much all the time, and having a budget of $3,000, for a 20-year-old, actually this building is closer to 50 years old, is just not cutting it. And we go over on that every year.
Mayor, do you have something or?
I just wanted to say with regard to the staircase, the actual repair of the cement can be in-house. The roof was not something that could be in-house. That had to be contracted out. So
No, we understood that.
Okay, I just wasn't sure about that piece.
The gasoline, again, this is one of those cross your fingers and hope, because we don't know what the prices are going to be, but we did this kind of an average right now. Our cruisers are going to run more. Obviously, we can get into that a little bit later. We're only going to have 9 cars for patrol officers outside of the 2 that are canine vehicles for the year. So that cost will probably be right around there anyway. Again, we are driving mostly hybrids when they're all running, but right now, obviously, not all of them are running. So this doesn't include it doesn't include our detective cars, our trainings, meetings, administration vehicles. That was just a number for the patrol cars that are going to be out there.
So the gasoline does include that. I'm sorry, I made this slide, but I wanted to point out that $50,000 at 365 days times 4 cruisers for 3 shifts, it only allows for $11 worth of gas per car per day. So you're talking about 2 or 3 gallons of per cost. And that doesn't include the money that's spent for detectives training, meetings and administration, et cetera. But the line of $50,000 does include the entire gasoline budget. But you can see that the $11 is not even true $11. We're operating our cars about probably in the area of $9 a day. Per shift per day.
Per shift, yeah. Clothing allowance, again, this is contractual. Specialty units get an additional 200. That includes our special response team, our K9 units, our bike patrol officers, student support, which we don't have currently, and and the specialty is the uniforms are based on what we decide as well. So we don't let them just kind of go out and spend freely, but that's what those are. Uniform expenses. This is a line you're going to see that's always a questionable line. This is where we get our bulletproof vest money out of it. We only get a reimbursement for 50%, and the bulletproof vests have not gotten any cheaper. So vests for officers that comes out of this, we're going to need to probably do a capital request next year for vests, because most of our senior people, anybody that's been in our department for 5 years or more, of the new people and senior people are going to be up for expired vests next year. And so we're probably going to be coming back that this number is not going to be big enough to replace the whole department, obviously. Any clothing that's injured, wrecked in the line of duty, we have to replace that by contract. That's not part of their uniform allowance. Thank you. So that's where the uniforms comes from. That also pays for academy equipment uniforms, which we'd be happy to show you those bills. Those haven't got any smaller for what academy people need to bring with them for day one. Vehicle accessories, we've lowered that number. That's some of your lower end stuff that goes to clean your car. The things that we have in our Sally Port, we typically try to clean the cars at the station during the summer. So we have equipment to spray in the back of the seats and things like that. So that's a pretty low number. Policing accessories, this is a big jump. Our tasers are out of compliance, or not out of compliance, out of warranty this year. So this will start a new lease for the tasers for the department. That's about $17,000 a year for a 3-year period. This also includes ammunition, which you'll see we haven't had an ammo line in a very long time because it got taken out years ago, and we have to qualify twice a year now. So we're going to need at least another $10,000 worth of ammo to qualify everybody. And that brings you right back down to that $7,000 that we typically had years past. So I can answer any questions on that, but those are just 2 really big purchases that we have to do now. Next slide.
Some people go, and we've done this in the past, where for tasers we've gone to capital, and we understand that we should try to look for leasing within our budget, like Councilor Disorder was talking about. So that's why it's in that budget.
That's a 3-year, it's a 3-year lease for a 5-year project, basically, that you pay in the first 3. But what do we have next here? Meetings and seminars, we've lowered that down. COVID killed a lot of that, so a lot of them are hybrid now, so we don't go out as much for those. Dues and memberships covers mostly myself and the deputy chief for the organizations that we belong to for professional development. Next, please. And we didn't do a cruiser lease this year because when I was asked, where we can make some cuts, I was going to capital to try to get us back on track because we hadn't had cars in a while. We paid off the second year of a 2-year lease for unmarked vehicles. So we zeroed that account out. So we don't have any money in there for leasing this year. I think that completes my presentation.
So I wanted to.
Hang on. I think Councilor Disorder, you had your hand up.
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry. I thought you did.
Please continue.
So this was again, this is the vehicle I respectfully am requesting to be removed from the reconsideration due to outside influences that occurred to be honest with you, once the reconsideration was asked for and some things were brought to our attention. And again, I don't feel like pitting departments against each other in this crucial time. So I just think that it's just not a fight that's worth it for all of us, especially on a night that's going to be so busy already with budgets and decision making. But the pickup truck for us, just so you know, there were some things that were said that weren't exactly accurate. We wanted basically another unit to use in the line that just happened to have a pickup truck back on it. And that was to be able to use it for not only things like picking up bikes and barricades and whatever else, but it was going to be a line vehicle. But I understand that that was, you know, a hot button, and it really was only $100 more. I don't know where the huge number came from, but again, I don't think it's the time to fight about one vehicle when we're down so many anyway. But that was the stat. This is our fleet. So this was brought up as well in the last meeting, and I want to address a couple of things that I didn't feel were completely accurate.
Could I just say something about that? I actually spoke a little bit on this. I was trying to remember the best that I could. I had a wonderful conversation with the deputy chief. I was trying to retell the story, but I don't know that I did it accurately or not, but there wasn't, there wasn't anyone else. There wasn't anyone else there. I just wanted to tell you that I was trying to portray that the best that I could, but you weren't there.
No, I watched it. I was online. I watched it. It was not portrayed, you know, accurately, but that's what I'm here for, to just talk about the details of it. We don't have half of our vehicles going home with our officers. We have 4 take-home vehicles. That is it. They're assigned to, well, 4 unmarked take-home vehicles. Let me be specific. They're assigned to me, the DC, the patrol lieutenant, who's not here right now, so that's not being assigned, and admin lieutenant and the detective supervisor, the sergeant. So right now, those 4 are the unmarked that are going home. We have 2 marked cars that are assigned for K9. Those do go home. We had a total of 12 marked units, but 1 is dead. So we're down to 11, but 2 of those, again, are assigned specifically to K9. They're set up for K9. They can't be shared. So we have 9 current active marked cruisers that are at our building. 1 of them right now is assigned to the 2 that are going to the academy, so that they don't have to, we don't have to worry about any type of mileage issues or anything else.
Councilor Toronto has his hand up. He has a question, maybe?
It wasn't so much a question. It was a follow-up to what you were just saying, Ginny, that there was, respectfully, Chief, there was no representative from the police department at our Capitol at our last meeting. When we looked to the screen, when we looked to the audience, there was nobody there when questions were brought up about the patrol cars, about the truck. And so I think that's a false statement that you just made. In addition to that, I don't think that you should withdraw necessarily the request for something to come from Capitol on that. I mean, I was one of the folks who was in support of that truck, and I was only going off of the information I got presented at our Ways and Means Committee on what the use of it was. And one of the uses, I thought it got a little misconstrued as well. It wasn't just to pick up barricades, and I got that. And I felt a little bit steamrolled in that aspect as well, that it took a turn where I feel like I understood why there was a need for that type of vehicle. Remember the joke about the not real truck? Because it's not a real truck to anybody who drives a truck, right? But I honestly think that it's a complete inaccuracy. I mean, Ginny was trying to recollect, and the rest of us were trying to recollect on what was discussed at the Ways and Means committee meetings, but without having a representative from the department there to answer any questions when we went to full deliberation with the council is not helpful in a night when you're deliberating capital requests. In general, that's, it just, in all honesty, it just wasn't helpful. So, I mean, it's unfortunate.
Sir, I appreciate that, but I also don't want to be a bully. I don't want to be intimidating. I don't want to be all these things that I get called every time I show up for those big deliberations. So I'll take the hit for that for the department. And again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I just really don't. I watched it, and it was such a hot button topic that I just don't want to fight about it. That's all. I'm just trying to do everybody a favor right now, and not fight about it. That's all. We have more.
I understand that. The only thing that I'll respond to that is, and I'm sorry if this comes off as slightly offensive, and I'm not trying to mean it in that way, but
I'm used to it.
But okay, then I'll just say it blatantly. Like, if you come with a demeanor of hostility then when people perceive you as hostile, you shouldn't be surprised. And that's personally, I have nothing. I'm not a social justice warrior by any stretch of the imagination that some might be perceived as. But I will say that in the interactions that I've had, the demeanor that is brought, and maybe just, I don't know, I'm a little bit younger than you, not much younger than you, but a little bit younger than you. Maybe this can be a little bit of a learning experience, is if you come to the table hot and then you get a reaction, then maybe there's a chance for self-reflection in there, that come in with a more calm demeanor and not the expectation that everybody's against you, even if it can feel that way at times. Come in with a neutral.
I'm not hot, counselor. I'm really not. I'm not hot at all. I have no problem with what you've said whatsoever. I'm not hot. I was literally just trying to provide facts. That's all.
No, but I'm saying even earlier tonight, your demeanor has changed throughout this meeting. When you first started, it was very aggressive and very combative in comparison to where it's come in the last hour and a half that we've been talking with you. And that's welcomed, and that's nice. What I'm saying is, it doesn't have to be, you're not doing anybody a favor by giving up. If you're going to go to bat for your department, go to bat for your department. And it doesn't mean that because there's a hot button issue about something, I don't think you should give up. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I appreciate that. And again, I'm not giving up. I want to fight for the 3 cars. I'm just saying, if there's going to be one thing, the one vehicle, the truck, actually, again, I kind of did that because I thought our rationale for 3 cars was pretty good, and that would actually be the one to get tossed. And
I wish that were not presented as a 0 line item in the operating budget, as we discussed at Ways and Means.
No, I appreciate that, sir. I was asked where I could cut some money, and I couldn't cut money from people. That's all.
Right.
That's all. That's the only reason I could come up with money for the cut that I was asked for. That's all. I can't cut people. That's all. And I couldn't figure out where to get, 50, 60 grand from outside of that lease line. It happened a few years ago too, when we had to make those cuts. I didn't want to cut the lease line. I just don't want to cut people. That's all. I mean, I'm not, again, I didn't think I was hostile at the beginning of the meeting. I thought I was just reading slides. I guess that shows my inability for my reading skills. And I apologize for that. I'm not trying to be hot whatsoever. I just want to try to show that I'm not asking for anything. I'm trying to justify everything for you. We're trying to be very open and honest with the committee. And I don't know how else to do this. I'm not trying to add fire to something I already know is there. That's all. That's no reason for my removal of that. But if again, that's just my view of it. If you want to keep it in there and vote on it, again, you are the council, and that is your right to do. I felt it was a kind of a pity thing, and if we're gonna have pity for anything, I really just want to keep our folks employed. That's all, and keep the community safe. That's it. So I apologize if you think that was personal for the truck, but it's not.
Okay. Very good.
So on the building project just came up again, at the risk of the risk of repeating anything, I apologize, but it's been brought up that I haven't done anything with the dispatch project. We have a list of 59 emails starting on January 6th of last year, trying to get this thing going and off the ground. We actually, in March 10th of 2022, we actually reached out to IT and the state to say, what do we need to do to move the dispatch center into the roll call room? And we actually did get the electrical system all set up in there with all the wiring. So we were trying. Lieutenant Dodge brought us all his communication starting on that July, and like I said, 59 of them going back and forth. And I don't write RFPs for these projects. I'm the police chief, and it's my building, so I'll take all the hits for it. But we were trying. We were actively reaching out, and again, we put it all together because I know there were some folks that don't think we were doing anything, but we were trying. We are moving the dispatch room. We have a date for that now. I believe July 17th, They're going to move everything in. So hopefully the RFPs will be out and we'll have a contractor and we'll start taking down some walls. So hopefully that will happen at that point, but we'll be able to because dispatch will be out of there and we just won't have a roll call room for a little bit. That is it. Any questions on the dispatch? Because like I said, I wish it was done a lot earlier for these folks too, but we were trying. And that's my presentation. If I can answer any individual questions you'd like.
Hold on, let me just, if I could.
Sure.
There's been suggestions that the role of government is only to educate our kids, and I can say I have 2 kids that went through the system, and education is important. It's not the end all. You can't educate crime out of existence. Matter of fact, at the higher educations, like my son now goes to UMass, very successfully because of school, Greenfield schools. But at UMass, they actually have about the same population that we have in Greenfield, and they almost have twice as many officers because you can't educate crime out of existence. You can find a study to fit any narrative that you want. So people are going to say that there's studies for this and studies for that. And people may say that more police can't make the community any safer. But you could also say that less police have proven to make communities less safe. And people do move out of communities when they don't feel safe. John Locke said, the great chief end, therefore, men united commonwealths and putting themselves under government is the preservation of lives, liberties, and property. And oops, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. And Thomas Paine and Common Sense, the government's purpose was to serve the people. Paine described government as a necessary evil, and so is police work. It's necessary to have police officers on the street. It existed to give people a structure so they could work together to solve problems and prosper. In order to prosper, we actually have to feel safe. In order for kids to be educated, the kids need to feel safe at school and at home. If they don't feel safe at home, they're not going to go to school. The schools only see them for 6 hours a day. We take care of our children for 24 hours a day. In Common Sense, Thomas Paine in 1776 said that it's necessary to surrender up a part of his property, which is taxation, to furnish the means for the protection of the rest. We tax our residents to give them education, but also to give them protection. Security is being the true design and the end of government. Hence, the founding fathers are telling you that the security and the property, the lives are important means for the government. It's a matter of fact, their primary role of government. Here then is the origin and the rise of government, namely a mode rendered necessary by the inability of moral virtue to govern the world. Here too is the design and the end of government vis-a-vis freedom and security. Anarchy is incompatible with liberty. If you don't have police, you have anarchy. And quite frankly, and I take great offense to this, and we talked about the welfare of our officers. When you say that, and some people in that room have said it too, that the budget is a moral document and you have to support the school, the inference can be made that by supporting public safety, it's immoral. And that takes a lot of energy and a lot of our morale from our officers to hear the town leaders saying that our job is immoral, and if you support us, that you're immoral. And I have to get off my soapbox, but it's been very trying over the last year that every single time that there's a town council meeting, that we get beat on and beat on and beat on, almost like the town council is bullying the police department. And I know that the accusations are both ways, and we need to stop that, and we need to move forward. But utilizing rhetoric like it's immoral or it's moral to support education, and the inference is it's immoral to have public safety, only hurts our staff, the staff of the fire department, the dispatchers, and quite frankly, the DPW workers as well. Now I'm off my soapbox. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Gordon, I wanted to say thank you for what you just said, but I wanted to just say that when when we thought that we might have needed help here, you were the first person to say, did we need somebody to come? When Diana was screaming, and I thought, downstairs. And I thought there is more that unites us here than divides us. And I found that that's you. You were right away, you wanted to help because you thought we needed help. And I think, I'll speak for myself, sitting in this room, I know that. I know that about you and the officers in your department. You were worried, just like I was worried about the people that were downstairs. So I personally don't feel like public safety, that the last part there, it's just, like you're after public safety, we all are. We have all parts of our government to take care of. And doing this budget is a hard process, but I want just to leave here tonight thinking, or remembering that we were in this together when you thought that we needed help, and thank you.
Counselor, to be perfectly honest, I was proud of our department and proud of what we do when the first thing you thought of when you needed help was, we need help, please call the police. Yes. So it goes both ways. And that is where trust comes for. And I think we have a great trust in the community has great trust in us, and they call us when they need us. We are not corrupt. We are not oppressive. Matter of fact, we're quite the opposite. We're not bloated. I think we've proved our case on that. We just want to do our jobs and be safe ourselves. And we have a very stripped down budget. And I know Councilor Terrazzo thinks it's impossible for our department to ask for less money. But, we stripped our budget as much as we can because we know that if we put another $70,000 or $80,000 into our cruiser lease line, that needs to come from somebody else, like the schools, or that needs to come from the fire department or whatnot. It's all one pie that we share.
In all fairness, Deputy Chief, I did not say that it's impossible for you to do that. I'm saying nobody does that normally. But
it's happened. I've done this for over 30 years, and it's not the first time that we've come in and actually asked for less money. It's improbable, I agree, but we know that our cut of the pie is 34 officers. Our cut of the pie used to be 38 officers, and we've had a smaller cut of the pie, and we showed you that each year that the town's budget can going up 2.5%. We're not coming in on every single year asking for 11% like we are this year. This year, we're only trying to make ourselves whole. And if last year we weren't cut, to this year and not having the cruisers in our budget would have come up to a legitimate negative. And we're proud of that. I pay taxes too. The chief pays taxes too, and the mayor pays taxes. And we all need our little slices of the pie, and the school needs their slice of the pie. I understand that just as much as everybody else. My kids went to that school, and I'm very proud of Green Wave. But it doesn't make us immoral. And that's the terminology that is being utilized when it looked from some of your constituents when their narrative is to cut the police at all costs because we have a bloated budget, but we don't. We have a smaller budget than when I started. Matter of fact, in the 1970s, we had 1960s, we had, I believe, 30 officers. In 1970s, we went up to 32 officers. So from the 1970s to now, we've only increased 2 people. And I'm sure the schools can't say that themselves. I mean, on the council floor, you had a counselor that literally said, I think it's about time to pit department against department. And that's not fair.
I would also caution that certain counselors' outbursts should not be a representation either in what you're hearing or in what's reported. I will put that out there again. I know the papers hate me and they don't want to quote me on anything positive because I chastise them for quoting things that are absolutely asinine. And I will say that anything to be quoted from that particular counselor shouldn't even be taken with the largest grain of salt. And I have no qualms with saying that openly in public on the record because it is a disgrace to the service that we provide.
And I understand that, but I take it with more than a grain of salt because he's a representative of his people. And his people voted him in, so I take it for a large grain of salt. But also, there was a silence from the other counselors after he said that. Nobody disputed that. And when things are said on the floor that aren't disputed, it makes it sound like it's accepted by the council without having a fight. And we're kind of doing that right now, and I don't want to do that. That's not my intention. But these words hurt. Words hurt.
Yes, they can. So I'm going to ask if any other, thank you, Deputy Chief Warden. I want to ask if any counselors have any further questions on this budget. Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation and for all your time. Does anyone have any more questions or comments?
No, thank you very much for giving us the time.
Thank you.
Okay. To this. So, is there any other business? Okay. Our next meeting is going to be Wednesday, May 3rd at 6 p.m. City Hall meeting room and hybrid. We'll be doing the operating budgets, finishing departments if needed. I don't know if we'll need anything further. Deliberations and recommendations. I'm going to take a motion to adjourn.
So move 4G.
Okay. And second goal. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Noes and abstentions. Okay. All right. So we are adjourned. 2022.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Counselors.
The recording has stopped.